battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
Young or old, black or white, or anything in between. From employees to entrepreneurs, doctors to detectives, some things define us and set us apart, but there's one thing that binds us. Before anything, we are one thing. Born to be Americans, proud to be Americans. Our United States are our united fates. Know your Constitution.
Unity. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump says Iran is to blame for an Army helicopter crash near the Strait of Hormuz. The AP's Sagar Magani has the story.
Shortly after the Apache attack chopper went down, the president was asked last night what happened.
We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine.
He now posts the military has told him Iran was to blame and adds the U.S. must, of necessity, respond to the attack. U.S. Central Command says a Navy drone boat retrieved the pilots, who had spent 2 hours in the water off Oman's coast. It was the U.S. military's first known drone rescue at sea. Sagar Magani, Washington.
A new report from the United Nations says militants and police units in Gaza publicly beat, maimed, and even executed dozens of Palestinians during Hamas's war with Israel in acts amounting to war crimes. The punishments were carried out by militants and police forces outside of the judicial system that Hamas has overseen since seizing control nearly 2 decades ago. Republicans in the House are working to get $70 billion for immigration enforcement over the finish line. The funding is enough to propel the Homeland Security agencies through the next 3 years, the rest of President Trump's term. Pete Aguilar, the number 3 House Democrat, says Republicans should not give ICE a blank check.
Right now, Americans are struggling to fill up their gas tanks, buy groceries for their families, and afford health insurance. Yet instead of addressing any of these concerns, Republicans are pouring your hard-earned tax dollars into an agency that has brutalized and terrorized communities and even killed American citizens.
Stadium workers near Los Angeles say they have reached a tentative contract deal, averting a strike ahead of the World Cup. AI stocks are dragging down Wall Street. It is drowning out the benefit of lower oil prices. This is AP News. There is a plan for a big money transformation of New York's Penn Station.
Amtrak and Penn Transformation Partners released their designs for a renovated $8 billion Penn Station in New York City. And it's a return to the original classical style, with a stone facade and rows of Roman-style columns. Inside, commuters are greeted by a sun-drenched grand concourse with soaring ceilings. An interior wall near an entryway bears the seal of President Trump, who has mentioned renaming his hometown station in his honor. For now, though, according to renderings released Monday, the name etched in capital letters across the proposed grand facade would still read Pennsylvania Station. Julie Walker, New York.
The FDA has signed off on the first new sunscreen ingredient in the U.S. in more than 25 years, giving Americans access to a skin-protecting chemical long used in Europe, Bemotrazinol. I'm Ed Donahue.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Holiday Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We have 4 minutes after 6 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. It is June 10th, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends over at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile Oil Guam. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, right now at Triple J Ford. Get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. The Agania Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch tinting and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 671-483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. This is Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM.
The road to Adelude continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates, Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Reason High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world,
what we really need are civil, civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible. Look, the van even has its own vacuum. You said you'd never stop listening to your music.
Do your happy dance, do your happy dance, yeah.
You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demands.
2 kids' meals and a chocolate shake.
And never put them in harm's way.
I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers.
But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves.
Long line today.
Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
It's time to open up the pantry and add some serious kick to your cooking. Welcome to a very flavorful edition of the National Day Spotlight for June 10th.
While we celebrate National Herbs and Spices Day by elevating our favorite meals, one of our favorite culinary sensations was actually engineered as a biological weapon. Chili peppers naturally produce a chemical compound called capsaicin, which triggers an intense burning sensation when consumed. In the wild, plants develop this chemical defense mechanism specifically to deter mammals from eating their pods and crushing their seeds. However, the evolutionary trick completely backfired when it came to humans. Instead of avoiding the pain, our ancestors fell in love with the fiery chemical reaction. What was meant to be a poisonous warning label became the foundational ingredient for global cuisine, proving humans will happily eat a plant's defenses just for the thrill.
I'm not a huge fan of really hot food.
Yes.
A little kick is fine, but the really hot, no. But I do know that this works because my brother plants hot peppers between their flowers.
Okay.
And nothing eats them.
Really?
They
Interesting.
grow and are beautiful.
That's a great idea.
Yes. We are also celebrating National Iced Tea Day and National Egg Roll Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
This is where Guam comes to talk. Wave 105, a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Man said, come on. Man said, come on. That's a call for Eddie. Come on. Come on means everything. Come on means get in here. Come on says it's a welcoming thing. I'm down for it.
Let's go.
Yeah. If it is James Brown, yeah.
James Brown's
Phil's,
cousin.
he's got the James Brown.
It's his cousin.
Hey, good morning, Dice.
Good morning, Patty.
Sorry, I just said.
It's thanking here, Patty. Patty, stop spraying stuff.
I swear to God.
Stop spraying stuff.
So I went
What
to-
scent is that so no one buys it?
so
It's like,
dang
no one buy this Bath and Body Works scent number 13.
It's so nasty.
What?
And it's one of the new scents. And you know what it is when you
It's
go
not
and
very
you
summerish. I'm not getting summer
It's
vibes
very-
at all. It's not.
it's giving off death vibes is what it's giving off. It's giving off like I'm at a funeral.
It's not a
and
good
all of the old ladies have come and they all started rocking their perfume at the same time.
Turn to sender.
So you go to Bath and Body Works, it's like, and you're smelling
The other
things.
one smells nice. The Hawaiian.
Yeah. That's
like that
that's a
one.
summer breeze thing. I've had this.
That
This
smells
one's
great.
like from Christmas, first blooms of spring.
See, that one
I
smells
couldn't find
great.
that.
We
That's
like
the thing
that.
about Bath and Body Works. You don't always get
You gotta go
the
through
ones
them
that you
all.
like. So yeah, obviously. So I always go to Bath and Body Works because I always get candles and things for the house, right?
They
And
don't
I
have
always
laundry
get room
detergent yet.
spray.
We're waiting for laundry detergent from Bath and Body Works.
Oh, dude, I have it.
They have laundry detergent.
Laundry day. It's laundry day.
Stop.
I have
laundry
I
detergent.
think I might have one that's like 3/4 full from the last trip.
I was just making that up.
Dude.
Is that a thing?
Yes, and it smells really good.
I'm about to Google it.
Shoot, let me
Is
go
that-
find
that-
it. No, I have it. I
They
have.
have laundry detergent.
It's called Laundry
Shut
Day.
the front. It's called Laundry Day.
It's called laundry, and it's really fresh.
Oh my God.
Do you want that?
I do
wish
want
I'd known
that. Well,
because I always
no.
try to get you one.
Okay.
Actually, I did get you a hand sanitizer, but it's just in the bottom of the box.
I
but
need the 62 loads. She's like, first of all, okay. You better grab your tide.
Clearly, these things are so potent that it doesn't take much for it to fill a room.
Okay.
Case in point.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, so you walk into Bath and Body Works, and so I have my usual stuff that I need to refill. So,
right.
and then I try out the new stuff. Like you never know. That's how you find what you like.
That's right. That's how
So
we do
this
it.
one is covered in roses, and it is covered in stench, is what I say. I don't know, and I kept, but you know what it is? After they have those little pieces of cardboard that you spray it on, and then you shake it off. It doesn't smell the same,
Right? Yeah. Okay.
as
I
when
know
you
what-
spray it in a
right,
room.
Right. There
So
you go.
I was just spraying everything, and after a while, I started getting dull. My nose started getting dull. I started smelling like everything. And it was between this and another one, and I chose this, and I just sprayed it for the first time in the room. And Dice is not having it. She's like, "That is stank."
It stank.
It's pretty bad.
It stank.
You know what? It may work for
The
some. that's
candles
a-
smell good. I like the
Yeah.
candles. The candles are nice.
Do you want this?
No, that's.
I was going to say, let me just drop it into Ed and have him. But then that means the Power 98 Studios is going to
It's
smell
gonna
like that.
stink too. No, you know what? Hold
I'll
on
give it
to
to
the funk.
somebody. I'll give it to Johnny. I'll give it to Uncle Johnny.
Hey, Uncle Johnny will be grateful. He loves everything. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? He's a gift lover. Yeah, Bath and Body Works. That's just not our pick, Patty. We got to go through the other.
That's a
scents.
fail. I've never failed
We
before,
gotta
and I'm
try
kind
the
of
other ones.
I'm kind of embarrassed at myself. But
You know what? It might have smelled good on the little cardboard sheet.
it
but-
did,
right?
It
You know,
did, and I
sometimes
went
it
back to
does.
it several times.
Sometimes it does that. You
Yeah.
know, it does happen. It does happen. Bath and Body Works. Don't pick that scent, guys. Go for the other ones. But it's okay. Good morning, Patty.
She's
Welcome
saving
back,
you.
everyone.
She's saving you from the scent. Yeah. So I have a question for you. What's up? Because it's.
Do I get a prize,
No.
like Pro Line or
No,
something?
No.
Oh, okay.
You get the admiration of your peers.
Oh, that's fun too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that.
It's valuable. Have you seen?
Go ahead.
Have you seen those videos where they are making songs for people?
Videos making songs for people.
Like they make you go to a site, it's an app, and then you enter all of this. It's AI music,
Okay,
basically.
yes, I have.
And
Yes,
then
I have.
you fashion it toward whoever, like
Right.
Yeah.
I've seen some.
That
where the husband made it for the wife.
Hector, when we were young. Yeah, that. And Hector's not paying attention because he doesn't know that it's his song.
It's written
and
for
then
him.
halfway into the song,
sweet.
he's like, in that time I punched out your mother. He's like, whoa.
Wow.
Was that me? Was that song about us? It's like, Hector, oh boy, let your girlfriend punch out your mom. I think that's a hook in a song. So have you ever, if you had...
I stumbled across a few of those videos, yes, on TikTok.
If you wanted, you have to have buzzwords, though.
Buzzwords, okay.
Because I'm going to do it.
Okay, you're going to make a song?
For you.
Oh, good God. Oh, God. I can only imagine where this is going. Oh, God. It's not going to be a good song.
Come on.
It is not getting any Grammys.
Just give me, I know a few of my own, but I can't say them out loud.
About to be a one-hit wonder.
It'll be in your personal library when you're down and troubled. You're gonna go to that song on your me playlist.
All right, let's go. Me and Jack Daniels. Let's see what
Me, Jack Daniels, and my hook song. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but it's got to be the Ode to Dice or something like that.
For creating songs. Now, that's a pretty cool app, though.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
that app
Okay,
is really
so
cool.
give me a couple of buzzwords.
That
that I could add in about you.
All right.
So I could work it into the lyrics of this unique song.
Couple of buzz words. Well, if we're buzzing, we might as well throw some cannabis in there.
All right,
some
there,
gummies.
cannabis. You want to go for the word cannabis, or you just want to go for getting high, or
We're going for a little buzz.
cannabis
Yeah, right? We
buzz?
can do
Okay,
something
works
like
out
that,
for
right?
me.
That works. That works. Okay.
Now we're on something.
Okay, we're on something. Let's see, shopping. Shopping.
You
We
like shopping?
I love shopping. I love shopping.
Have we met at all?
Patty, you know what? On
Because
that
I
note-
hate shopping.
Dude, do you have your Macy's card? Because they have a Father's Day sale coming up.
Oh.
It's like up to 75% off.
Yeah, I don't do store
Patty, stop
cards.
lying,
I don't
Patty.
do
You
store
do.
cards.
You gotta
that
be
interest
like a
rate is
gold
way above
member.
my. That interest rate.
Patty's a gold member. Stop. You get like 95% off
I
on
used to have a
Tuesdays.
Liberty House credit card, if that makes any.
What?
The Liberty House is the OG Macy's.
Get out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
A Liberty House credit
It's called
card?
Liberty House, and it was just like Macy's.
Unlimited shopping.
I still have I have Blockbuster credit card, but okay. All right, go ahead.
All right,
Shopping.
let's go. We like food. We like
yeah, what
food.
kind of food do you like,
Speaking
though?
of food, dude,
Are you hungry?
that pot roast was so good yesterday.
Oh, yay.
It was so tender,
Oh,
Patty.
yeah, it was so tender. I
You know
gotta
what
say
mean?
that. It
I
was.
did. You know, it was so tender. I shared it with the team yesterday. I was so mad. I was
Dude,
like,
that was like
well,
only
'cause
like
it's-
2 pieces.
bro,
Why
it's-
didn't you tell me? I would have brought
Because it
more.
smelt up the whole break room, and they're like,
Oh,
that
you
smell.
can't.
Oh, It's like, all
Dang,
right.
then you had to share.
know,
Did
you
you
had
share
to
your
share.
corn though? Because you can't. Corn is nothing to be shared.
Good. Yeah,
Okay.
we ain't doing that mouth to mouth.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say corn shouldn't be shared,
But I like food.
okay.
Okay, how many words are we in?
How do you spell cannabis?
We're not doing this today.
Is it B-U-S or B-A-S?
G-U. Oh my God, Patty. Cannabis.
C-A-N-N-I-B-A-S?
Yes, cannabis.
Okay.
Yes, Patty.
Or is it I-S?
Wow.
I think it's I-S.
Cannabis.
It doesn't look good on paper. Cannabis doesn't look good. Is it C-A-N-N-I-B-I-S?
Cannabis, yeah. Double N's. We're going to go double N's on cannabis.
And one I.
Yes.
Or two I's.
Cannabis.
Let me write it down. Okay.
Cannabis.
No,
Cannabis.
cannabis. A-B-I-S.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, it looks right.
Not cannibalism, but cannabis.
Okay,
yeah, right? No.
Cannabis buzz,
Okay.
shopping.
Yeah.
What's your favorite food?
All right. Double N. Did you put double N? So it sounds right.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I didn't know what you're talking about there. You don't ever use the double N word on this station, girl.
Hey!
Okay.
Okay, well, we're
All right.
okay. All right, okay. And how many more words do we need?
Well, I just the food thing. I'm looking
Just
for
food?
Well, no,
All
not
right, we
you're
got food.
specifically.
Oh, let's go.
Which-
I like to run. I like running.
Bro,
I
we're
like
still
running.
at food.
Oh, we're still at
eating
food?
here.
All right.
Your favorite food?
tacos. I like tacos.
Tacos.
I love me some tacos.
Really?
Tacos. I love tacos.
Am I just meeting you for the first time?
I love tacos.
I didn't know that. Well, the cannabis was a giveaway, but the
Now I'm
shopping.
Giving, gosh, now
is
I'm
it?
giving out all my information.
Well, the
okay.
late. Okay, cannabis and
I'm
late
giving out
night
all
Taco Bell. I got it.
Right,
okay,
right,
shopping.
okay,
All right.
Right. Gaming. I
Gaming.
I
Oh
like
yeah.
Gaming. I
What's
love
your
me some
favorite
gaming.
game? What are you playing?
Oh, right now, you know what? As a matter of fact, I beat Ed last night in Call
cool.
of Duty. He sucks. I'm sorry.
Oh, does he? He's gonna die if we have like an active shooter situation here.
I'm like,
we're
dude,
gonna
I
under
love
his
this.
leadership. We should not
do
follow.
it. Ed
Okay,
Suarez
got you.
and-
Thanks for
yeah.
the tip.
It was. I got him out last night.
Is it Call of Duty?
Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Yes,
Call
it's
of
a lot
Duty.
of fun. Yeah,
All
that was
right.
a lot of fun. I beat Ed Suarez last night.
Oh, I
so
love
that.
that. I love that. Okay.
Okay, we're
Shopping, tacos. What else is there that you like? Oh, what your favorite pastime is?
Pastime.
I know
Music.
cannabis started it.
Music.
Oh yeah.
I love music.
Favorite
Come on, let's be
song
honest.
right now?
Right now, favorite song. FIFA. Daddy Yankee. FIFA World Cup 2026.
Oh, that's an
soundtrack.
ad.
No, that's a song.
I know, but it's an ad for
It is
FIFA.
it's an ad for FIFA. Yeah, it's so
Okay,
good.
okay. I've heard that one.
Yeah,
That's
it's really
AI
good.
too,
It's
isn't
really
it?
good. I haven't heard the new Taylor Swift song from Toy Story though, but everyone's saying it's really good too.
You hear it?
I haven't heard it. Are you listening to it? You got it.
I have it.
You have it,
Dude.
Is it pretty good? Is it upbeat or slow?
It's one of those
between?
contemplative, very reflective songs. Got a good,
of course it is.
got a good hook.
Okay.
But it's very, very.
Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. This is what we're doing.
Very Taylor Swift.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get cut,
Go
so I'm gonna
Tay
stop
Tay.
that. Yeah,
I love
it's
you,
called
Tay
"I Knew
Tay.
It, I Knew You." It's got a really nice hook in it too, so it's a banger. It's a
Right.
banger. It'll do
Yeah,
it.
okay, I love
So I'm gonna
that.
put down "I Knew It."
I like Taylor Swift too.
That's your favorite? Wait,
I love me
FIFA.
some-
I'm sorry, FIFA. What was the song?
FIFA World Cup 2026.
Yeah, what was the song?
Daddy Yankee.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a banger.
I hate that I know that. Okay, so Daddy Yankee. And then what's the other thing? A favorite pastime you said was music.
Music.
Is there anything else we should know about
I like
you to write this
gaming.
on?
I like to run.
Oh, like okay. Now I
party.
need a tender moment.
A tender moment. What's a tender moment? What does that mean?
Well,
What's
how
a-
you met me.
How? Well, you know, we were in Payless in the produce section. Yeah, no, it was
One place you will never find us in Payless is the produce section. I will guarantee you that right now. We'll be in the meat section. Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, like a word that described how we met.
Oh, okay.
Well, we met
you
at
know.
work, but
It was.
shut up. You have to say now, did you like me? When you met
I
me, did
loved
you
you,
like
Patti. It was
so
love at
she
first
loved me.
sight.
You lie.
It was
You
love
are
at
such a
first
liar.
sight.
You are such a liar. I kind of do remember the
Best
first time.
26 years of my life.
I'm trying to figure out. Was it at the station? Like I kind of walked in and introduced myself.
It was Bank of Guam. Actually, it all started at Bank of Guam on the 8th floor. Actually,
Were we doing the shoe fit then, or was that when we
That's
moved to
what it
Aquanta?
was.
Every Friday we would like show off our shoe fit.
You're still the same, Patty. I was walking by the glass, and you're like, "Hey, you! I can smell you."
Oh.
Okay, that's great. She smells me, so I walk in the studio, and you're in there with a group of ladies doing a little talk show. And it was, what are you wearing? It was like, no, really, what are you wearing? And I was like kind of
Oh,
embarrassed.
your cologne.
Yeah, I was kind of embarrassed. Because it was
Okay.
It was a little embarrassing, so
What's the name of the cologne? That will work that in.
It was Sauvage at the time, yeah. So,
What?
Sauvage.
Oh, Sauvage. You
Yeah.
savage you.
I know, yeah,
Okay.
I know. A little
Is it
Playboy cologne.
S-A-U-V-A-G-E?
Yes, S-A-U, yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was
Sauvage.
Sauvage at the time, so. Yeah, so
Do you
if
still wear that, or does that smell now?
No,
Does it
no,
smell like covered in roses?
I got better pickup game now. I don't need it no more. I got better pickup game. I don't need that no more.
Yeah, because I was picking up the wrong person, and you were responding to the wrong person. That was never going to happen. You met me with, and Sauvage was okay, I think I got enough.
Is that good? Is that
Cannabis buzz, shopping, tacos,
Yes.
gaming is Call of Duty, FIFA, Daddy Yankees, and FIFA 2026.
Yes.
And you met me, and our common link is Sauvage. Oh, you savage. Okay, I'm going to run that. I feel like I have to pay for it. Do I have to pay for it?
Is it?
Well, I have to pay for it. It's not worth it.
Stop. No. Are they paying for it? Don't say that.
It's called Unique Song. It's an app.
Daddy, don't do it.
Don't pay for it?
No, go on.
Why not?
Because
Why not? Why not? I saved a little money on this
Okay,
trip.
all right, go for it. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Let's try it.
I'm gonna. I
Let's
don't know
wait
when
and
it's
see what
gonna
they come up
happen.
with.
Okay, I'll see what they come up. I don't know
All
how
right.
long it takes, but I'm gonna enter all the info.
All right, guys, stand by.
I'll do
One
the
hit wonder
I'll do
coming
the
up.
7-day trial, and then I will on the 6th day cancel.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that how it goes?
Absolutely.
Because that you gonna have to remind me, because I did that. I did a 14-day trial, and
put it on
I'm
my
now
calendar.
in trial day number 28.
It's on
and
my
now
calendar.
I own something. I own an app that I'm never going to use, so it's too late. I got to stop
got
it.
your back, fam.
Like I accidentally did a year's worth of Paramount Plus, and I just was so angry with myself to buy a subscription for television. I can't.
good.
That to me is a waste of time, and a waste of money. But it happened anyway. All right, so we're good. We'll do that.
We're great.
All right. Well, that's a good thing. I will enter all of this.
Okay.
And we'll come out. We'll go into a break, and I hope we're going to come out on the other side with Paulie. It's been a while.
Oh,
I hope he's
exciting.
awake.
Right
well,
on.
he's awake.
He's
I hope
awake.
he remembers.
He's
so
up. He's up.
that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
All right. We'll be right back.
Warrior faces adversity. He fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Reason High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
The road to Adelute continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Confident Guam. Good morning, guys. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. It's about 32 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. It is a Wednesday morning, cruising around the streets of Guam right now. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website at guamautospot.com. DPW crews will be grass cutting this morning. You'll find our friends bush cutting along Route 4, starting from the Elick Bridge, heading north towards Sinahanya. Side cutting as well along Route 4, starting from the Talafofu Bay Lookout, heading south towards Inalahan. That kicks off at 9 a.m. this morning, possibly until 4 o'clock, and that will all be depending on the weather. Contractor crews will be at various locations along Route 1 this week. They will be along Route 27 and Juan Jacinto Road. That's going to be around Hoffa Day Market at 9 a.m. this morning and coming around Anderson Air Force Base. Additional delays in traffic. We got striping work. That's going to be happening along Corton Torres Road, Route 10 intersection. So contractor crews again working at various locations, intermittent lane closures in both directions. So please use alternate routes and follow the posted detour signs. Reduce your speed and comply with the posted speed limits when passing through the work zones. Remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces and temporary steel plates. Make sure that you proceed with caution at all times. For our friends along Route 3 this morning, it looks like traffic is light, moving nicely along Route 3. A little delay coming around Estumbo as well as Kaiser this morning. Around the Micronesia Mall on Route 1 in Dedito, it looks like traffic is moving nicely on that back end as well as Harmon or coming around Barrigada. Mong Totu Mighty traffic. We got a little delay this morning coming up and around Payless in Mighty. So hey, if there's anywhere on the streets of Guam that you need to be, now would probably be your best bet. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened, and let's get our kids strapped in the proper booster and car seats. Allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you, and we should all have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. It's your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends. My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
This is where Guam comes to talk. Wave 105, a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Do you know that when you sign up for some of these apps, and some of these apps I just want to get rid of after I see what they're like, because then I want to look at it like, how do I change my configuration of my face? Like, I want my nose to be where my eyes are.
Why
And then
would
they
you do
charge
that?
you.
Okay.
So that I try to get out of it.
Daddy, stop wasting money.
I start deleting apps, right? It's like, well, I never drop a dime because they tell me in order for us to do this, you have to sign up, subscribe.
See, this.
So I never do it. I end up deleting the app, and then.
Thank God. Good job.
So this one, I went to go get the app, but I didn't want them to know who I was. And apparently, I'm not eligible because of the date of my birth. I was not eligible to sign up. So I had to use somebody else's birthday.
She had to spin the wheel on her birthday.
Shut up. My thumbs are tired. I had to go all the way back to 1959. My thumbs are tired.
God, it doesn't go that far.
And I never passed 1959. I'm like always hit 1959, but yeah.
All right, after Wheel of Fortune, let's move on.
Wheel of Fortune
Price
of what
is
is your
Right.
age. It always hurts when you get up to the next level on the survey.
Well, what's the next level?
Well, above 65. They don't even really care what your age is at that point. I'm between this and this, and then there's the one circle that's just like generically above 65. It's like there's nothing that says we don't care about your personality more than just lumping you into old people category without even asking your permission.
You're not there yet. You're not in the old people category.
Is Polly here?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Actually.
Hey,
Here you
Polly. Good morning.
Good morning.
How far do you have to scroll back when you do the Wheel of Age?
Wheel of Age? I don't know what that is.
When you're signing up for like an app or something, ask how you only got that spinning wheel where you gotta go back.
Put your birthday in there.
Yeah, with your birthday in there. Your birth date.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 80s.
Oh, okay. That's not too far.
Yeah,
but-
that's not. See, he's still young.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
He's still young, bro. You're good. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
So we haven't talked for a couple of weeks, and
Yeah,
so on
how
again.
was the trip?
Vegas? You've been there. I was dogging you. Remember the days when I was dogging you about living in Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Those are the days. But
Well, I never actually, lived there. We just got a house there. It was an
so
investment. Yeah.
Paulie invested in a house, and we didn't know he was a homeowner, and so we dogged him for like a year.
Wow, Pat.
It's like all of this time you're a homeowner, you're up in that stratosphere of income, and he was like always trying to play it off. But
It's not that big of a deal.
yeah,
It's-
well, owning a home there, I mean, like when you're talking about wanting affordable housing, I guess you got to go to those places where there's so much land that all they can do is build on it, right?
Yeah. It was something that my wife's uncle was saying would be a good investment. And so, we were able to take advantage of a VA loan and just try to gain some extra residual income right outside of an 8-to-5 job.
Yeah. And so that's what my daughter did. It's just like, she says, this is not our forever home, but it's an investment, and they plan on having it for the next 2 or 3 years, and then finding the forever home, right? So,
right. Yeah.
But Vegas might be. Oh my God! In the summertime, I about lost my mind. And I'm a girl with hair, and that is not conducive to coiffing. It's just like you pile it on your head and then just hope for the best. But yeah,
Yeah. And it was nowhere near the strip, but I'm seeing that there's more development happening. So there was very little development when we first got it. Now there's schools and
it's like
firehouse and all of that. So there's a lot of development that happened in the last 20 years.
Well, see, when you were there, though, I mean, you didn't like the whole state tax structure and all that. I mean, is it heavily reliant on the gambling world there, the casino gambling?
Yes. There was. So when it was a new development. There were plans to build a casino nearby, hotel/casino. It wasn't there. It's there now, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And so now we already sold it, but the value of that whole development has gone up tremendously in 20 years, and so I would say it was a good investment.
Yeah.
But it was difficult to manage from afar. You had to hire a management team.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But so we're driving around and you see there's a lot of construction. They're building up and they're putting more off ramps on the freeways. They're expanding, and so this is a state where they're thriving in that way in development, and people are snapping up houses because there's such a huge demand.
Yeah.
And so we got into the conversation about gaming, about if Guam had a gaming community, a casino gaming population, if it was legal here, this would be the kind of infrastructure that you could see growing from that. So the conversation in the car varies because we're from Guam, right? So we've been fed the arguments about it just being first of all, a morality issue, because that's that's how it failed. It failed on morality, right? And so correct me if I'm wrong, but I've only been to Vegas the past couple of years about 5 times. So, we did the strip thing. Yeah, I did go into I won like $50 on my I had like $3 or $1, and I won
Yeah,
$50, and that
yeah.
was beginner's luck. I never went back. I'm not hooked on that kind of stuff. But for where you lived in the area you lived, clearly off the strip, right? You said in these housing developments. Does that life touch you though? When you're out there in the burbs like that.
For sure. I mean, we made sure we were going to the casino, but more for the buffet and more for the bowling and the movies. But
yeah, but the gambling, but the lifestyle that they always talk about, it bringing in pollutants and people, the ne'er-do-wells, and does that life, does the life of the gaming mobster sort of industry touch the burbs?
Not my family.
Yeah.
Not my uncle. So you live a normal life.
Yeah.
You send your kids to school, which the school system's fantastic there.
Yeah, really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can live your, well, I can't say firsthand, but just my uncle and my auntie and their children and them living in Las Vegas, they're practically their entire life. Yeah, unless they're keeping secrets from us.
Yeah.
They might be married to the mob and we just don't know, but to be honest with you, they're just a normal family from Guam that moved out there because of the Air Force base that's out there. And so there's quite a few Chamorros that live there because they decided to retire after being at that Air Force base for so long.
Yeah, and that's kind of the situation with Tia and her husband, that he was at Nellis, and after he got out, he was offered a job with a contractor, and so they decided, well, as long as I'm going to be working and on the same base, I may as well just invest in a home at this point. And then Riley's now going to be going to UNLV. So I can see how the transplants settle where they do, because the same is on Guam. Like, people come here, they're close to retirement, they get out and they go, you know what? Why leave? I love Guam. I've lived here for 3 years. Why don't I just move? So you find a lot of these military guys from back in the 80s or the 90s that decided, I'm just going to live it out here, which is, I guess, that's how communities grow. But anyway, I could never live there.
It would cost billions of dollars. Definitely foreign investors are going to need to come in here. We need to be friendly to foreign investors if that's something that we want to do, because I just don't think that, well, one, like you said, I don't know if we're morally ready, but I don't think that we have the finances to build an infrastructure that would entice people from Asia to come out here and gamble the way they do in Macau.
Oh, absolutely. We don't have the high roller environment for that. They demand a lot, right? They demand a lot. But the opulence of the place, right? Because it is a gambling community, it's a gambling state. But the opulence of all of that, you couldn't match. It has to be like these world class.
I mean, look, Saipan tried it, and look what happened there.
Oh God, yeah, made it even worse. Absolutely made it worse. So what are you thinking about? Anything controversial out there that you've been mulling over in the past couple of weeks?
Oh, there's been a few, right? I mean, I'm sure you heard about the AI contract. There's obvious. So now I'm just trying to understand better. And I know that you talked to the lieutenant governor yesterday about the $104 million.
Yeah.
And so I know I'm trying to reach out to the office of the governor to get more clarification. So what happened? Are we allowed to reallocate 104 to the other agencies? It seems like that's what's happening right now.
He said
20.
Exactly.
So what happened, though? Because the whole narrative was we cannot move this money because we've already allocated it for that infrastructure project in Manilao. The date has already been December 31, 2025. We cannot do anything with this money anymore.
Right.
So what happened?
We can't do with anything. I think what they said, if I'm not mistaken, did they not say that we can use the money? We just can't. He made the point yesterday. We can't use the money for GPA or GWA because there's no way we can buy anything to stand up the infrastructure in 6 months.
I don't know. There's plenty of press releases on the record that said it can't be used for anything but that, or else we have to return the whole 104 back.
So you're talking specifically about Village Street program that for $20 million that's going to
Yes.
DPW.
Island-wide road pavement projects, not McNeil Road pavement project, island-wide.
Yeah. Well, the 104 was earmarked specifically for certain things to build the government or mitigate against something, right? The hospital just happened to be the project that they wanted to dedicate that money to,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
if the hospital
back road,
yeah,
yes.
but
back road is back road, not the whole island.
Yeah. So does that mean? I mean, they wanted to dedicate it to that, but since they can't dedicate it, they don't need to go back to Department of Treasury and say, okay, we're not going to build a hospital. We're going to do our roads instead. Because doesn't that still fit into the category of what it can be expended on?
Sure, that I guess that could be the narrative. But I'm telling you, that's not what was said when they were fighting down at the legislature.
Yeah.
And even senators were saying, if we don't do this project, we lose this money. There were a number of directors that were going down there also speaking on behalf of the office of the governor, saying, what, you want to just return federal money? We can't do that.
Right. I can seek clarification, but you said you've reached out, but nobody's really answered the question, right?
Well, they're working on it. Mr. John Ryan said he's working on it. I know PDN's asking the same question, too.
Well, they're using it in the meantime. They're doling it out.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, can we get more clarification? What else are you going to work on? Because I think that's great news.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But obviously, the narrative has changed.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I was reading, I don't remember if it was the Guam Daily Post or it was the Pacific Daily News, where there was a story about Doug Moylan said he will spend every moment of the rest of his term fighting off the loss of this money, which I thought was really an interesting comment to make, considering, he wasn't. It wasn't going to be about the hospital. That we're not going to lose 104, if he's got something to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? I don't know if you read that in the paper today.
Yeah, they're wanting to work together. Oh no, I didn't read the paper today. I just know that they wanted to sit down with the governor, settle, right?
Yeah.
And there's a possibility, I'm hearing, that some of that 104 will go to the hospital, could go to cybersecurity. So, if those plans are in the works, then and it'd be nice to know, see how did this all, because that's the part that I'm just trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
How all of a sudden is this like a thing that we can do when there was very adamant that we must do this. That's why there was special session. That's why the governor sent down the bill. And if we don't, the only alternative is return that whole money back to the U.S. Treasury.
Okay, clarification needed for that. We certainly need to get to the bottom of that, but I can't imagine that this is something that's happening that is not allowed. Village Streets. I got a breaking story that just came out of the Marianas Press. Did you see this, Dice? That there's a video that was posted online of a person claiming to be Paloma Look, the girl that's been missing since 2011. It's a video on YouTube where she's being interviewed by a videographer and identifying herself as Paloma. They don't know the location of the interview in the U.S. They don't say, it wasn't disclosed. Marianas Press has reached out to Delegate Kimberly King Hines, and she told the Marianas Press that she has forwarded the video to federal authorities for verification. It could be an AI thing, could be somebody playing a really nasty, dirty joke on people. But if this is indeed a case, what a breakthrough in a very long, sordid, sad story about these two girls missing in Saipan. You remember that one, right, Polly? The whole... Dax was definitely there, but you remember that story, Paulie, that, it had this whole region out on high alert looking for these two babies.
Yeah. I think there's also, I think 2017, there's a young girl from Back Road, Pauget area of Borja that is still missing too, and the last time she went walking her dog, and they found her slipper. So that's also
right.
another individual that they've never actually That's still a missing person case that I believe is still open, unless I'm wrong.
Wow. Wow. Well, you can only hope that would be a breakthrough. I think a lot of people would be really interested to see how that happened in plain view, right? But I heard you and Ryan yesterday talking about the paint spill. The paint spill, the Van Gogh.
Did you see it? Have you seen it? I haven't seen it yet. How bad is it?
I saw it. I just saw a photo of it. It didn't look like it was so bad because you said that. I mean, almost as soon as you said that it was closed, in the same breath, it was reopened again. The Van Gogh Avenue. I don't know, but I was listening. I listened to you and Ryan yesterday, and I think you guys sound so great together. It's always pleasing to hear you in the afternoon like that. So anyway, all right, bro. I guess we'll talk to you later on.
All right.
Thanks a lot for the
care,
call.
Yeah.
All right, that's
okay.
Paul. All right, that's Polly's perspective. We do that every Wednesday. Sometimes it gets a little heavier than that if there's things. But right now in the news, on my end, I guess it's like the girl that just came back from vacation and trying to reorganize her life, especially where it comes to the work stuff. I mean, the technology allows me to keep up with how things were going back in the States. So it's not like. And then I was also talking to people about interviews and things like that when I got back, but. I think that now I'm a new listener to the conversation, the whole Carl Gutierrez debacle that's taking place, and then there's people on all sides of this that are having comments, and there's a whole nother underground sort of information river that's overflowing, where there are people who have very distinct ideas and distinct commentary on this, and I'm flooded with it at the moment. I'm flooded because my ears are new, right? I haven't been around for a couple of weeks, and everybody's kind of maybe they're tired of the story. I don't know. And in a case like that, you don't really have a whole lot to comment on because it's an accusation that has been made that has been clearly denied, and so now the investigation is going to take place. Further to that would be Therese Terlahi, sitting senator, asking for the AG to do its own investigation. We haven't heard much more about that. But these are the kind of stories that come out at a time of politics. I'm not discounting, so calm down when you think that I'm discounting the accusations that were made against him. Absolutely not. That's not my point. The timing of these stories are usually very orchestrated to the time of re-election, and it became very obvious when obviously people were talking about it, and a lot of people are just floored by the possibility of something like that happen, but it has to play itself out. This victim has to play this out in court. It's a very high profile case. A lot of people know who she is. I personally do not, but a lot of people know who she is. And so they're sort of talking about the victim and in these cases, victim shaming her, right? Because of, the timing of it happening and the fact that she's coming after somebody of great importance and influence to the Guam and the history of Guam. So it has all of the trappings of an absolutely intriguing story. And then in the underground, the mechanics of what's happening in the underground to bring Carl Gutierrez down, or to at least make him an accessory to the administration, the current administration. Democrats. He was the president of GVB. That certainly didn't happen without the governor saying yes, even if we're talking about a board that is independent of the governor's authority. Authority is one thing, influence is another. She may not have hired him directly because there is an entire platform by which that happens legally. But she also could be influential in saying, oh, hell no, I don't want him. That was not the case. He got in. He was there. And obviously he was there at the approval of the governor as well. The board, is appointed by the governor. So in that case, she definitely has a great influence on things that happen on the board. and with tourism in Guam. To the point where she actually went to one of these meetings at one point and sat down with the board. That was not unprecedented, but that's not usual. And so, what the underground is also trying to do in the narrative of trying to cast some bad light on the current administration with this case of Carl Gutierrez is also low-hanging fruit. Am I impressed by the fact that they drew this sort of connection between the two and then tried to use it to the disadvantage of the current lieutenant governor who's running for office? No. In fact, that's unimpressive. The campaign, the smear of it all is expected at a campaign, especially right now where it's the Republicans are just right there, right? Wanting Adelup. You can see it in their saliva. So there are operatives that are in there who also want to see that happen. And so they will do whatever they can in all of these different hiding spaces in media to disparage this administration. And so one of the first things I saw that says what it says, exactly what I'm talking about to prove is, they got these shots of these mugs, candid photos of, Governor Gutierrez with his arm around Josh Tenorio. I mean, okay, in any other scenario, but now the suggestion is that you've got a tainted former governor who is aligned with a current candidate, a current lieutenant governor sitting in office and waiting to possibly be the governor, to share that same distinction. And this is not the Epstein files. You know what I mean? This is not, you want to make sure that if you are in the territory of any relationship to how many degrees away from, Jeffrey Epstein, you want to make sure that all of those pictures are burned. But at the time when Jeffrey Epstein was in the height of his popularity and influence, everybody wanted to take a picture of him. Now, suddenly, he's spoiled goods and everybody wants to burn all of the pictures. I have pictures with Carl Gutierrez. Does that make me complicit in anything? I mean, what does that mean? And I'm not here to defend either way. I'm saying that we're in the height of a campaign for governor. And there are people who are out there, trying to use this to further this campaign for their Godzu. And so tread lightly. I mean, just know that these things are not uncommon, especially for a very dramatic gubernatorial election, which we are seeing unfold, obviously. This is going to be and we saw the polls yesterday. I was listening to Polly and Ryan yesterday about the polls, with no clear winner for that poll that was done by Ron Mitnick's kids. But anyway, 7 o'clock in the morning now. We're going to move on to AP News. We got your traffic here on Mornings with Patty. We are KGU, MFM, and Daddy Doe Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. On social media, President Trump says he learned from the military Iran was responsible for the shooting down of an American military helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, and that the U.S. must respond to the attack. The two aviators were rescued. The president says they were not injured. Shortly before the president's post, Iran's parliament speaker said on X, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled." Before the latest statements, Florida Republican Senator Tim Scott is hoping diplomacy wins out.
Clearly, I don't trust Iran. I do trust our president. I do believe Trump can get a deal done. But do I actually believe that eventually it's going to take more strikes on Iran? I probably believe that it's going to take more strikes. But I don't underestimate Trump, and I hope he's right.
The downing of the helicopter further strains a 2-month ceasefire. NASA revealed the crew for its Artemis 3 mission, the next step in eventually landing astronauts on the moon. Andre Douglas is on that list.
My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full.
They'll orbit Earth while practicing docking their Orion capsule with lunar landers. The demo is targeted for next year. NASA's Artemis program aims to land astronauts on the moon for the first time since the 1970s. The Trump administration is warning more than 500 hospitals they are failing to provide the public with enough information about prices and could face fines. A jump in May home sales is the biggest in what has been a sluggish year. Serena Williams' tennis comeback resulted in a doubles victory at the Queen's Club in London. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. It's primary election day in Nevada, South Carolina, North Dakota, and a state in New England.
A critical race for the Democrats in taking back the Senate rests in Maine, where voters hit the polls. Graham Plattner seeking to make a Democratic nomination official, while longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins is unopposed in the GOP primary. Voter Annette Babcock picking Plattner.
I feel he's the best candidate, and he has the best shot of beating Susan Collins, who I no longer support.
Fellow Sullivan resident Brenda Wood, not Team Plattner.
He's a disgrace, and this state has been Democrat for a long time, and it needs to change.
Plattner has been dogged by sexually explicit text messages he reportedly sent to women while married. Voter John Keenan says everybody has personal issues.
It's not what his personal issues are, it's what he stands for.
I'm Julie Walker.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and a low risk of rip currents will continue through the weekend. The fire danger is moderate and will continue to slowly climb the next few days. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Where's my phone? Where's my internet? What happened to my church? What happened to my house? My phone, my newspaper, my internet, my church, now my house? How did this all happen?
Freedom. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Guam, get ready. On Sunday, June 14th, the Tuma Night Market becomes the stage for something extraordinary. Triple J Mazda invites you to the official unveiling of the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. See all four models revealed together. Close your eyes and open your senses. Enjoy complimentary Mazda giveaways and product samples while supplies last. One night, one reveal, one all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Only at the Tuma Night Market, Sunday, June 14th.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Hungry and don't want to break the bank? Chili's has you covered. Starting at $12.99, enjoy Chili's new and improved 3-for-Me meal deal. That's a starter, an entree, and a drink. Mix and match combos like chips and salsa, an old timer with cheese, and an ice cold Coke. So many options to choose from, you might need to come back just to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
The road to Adelup is here. And this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Torius Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's about 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your second look at your traffic report, which is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. We want you to schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or hey, check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. All right, friends, for those of you coming around the central part of the island, getting around Upper Tumon this morning, it looks like traffic is moving nicely. We have no delays through Upper Tumon. Traffic is great around that Kmart intersection, as well as Lower Tumon. That's going to be coming around Pauly Salvatore's Road this morning. A little delay this morning coming around Ocapeles into Mooning, as well as that ITC intersection. That's going to be on South Marine Corps Drive. We do have a little delay outside of Jack in the Box this morning, and for our friends in Hagåtña. We would like to remind everyone just to watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. Allow braking distance. Try not to tailgate each other. And we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Hump Day Wednesday. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
As Americans, we celebrate all the things that make us different. So what is the thing that connects us? The thing that makes us Americans? It's simple. It's our shared belief that we are Americans. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. That belief that we each can be who we are and live the life we dream, in harmony with one another, in our system, written in the words of the Constitution. Know your Constitution. It's who you are. It's who we are.
Unity. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Real conversations, real issues, real Guam. This is Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
This Father's Day, level up Dad's Ride with 20% off Nano Ceramic Coating. Go Global HP for style or Extreme Ceramic to beat the heat. Call 647-SLAM. Detailing and gift certificates available.
Guam is building the future, and the right conversations start here. SAME Guam Post invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum happening July 28 through 30 at the Dusitani Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SAME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Celebrate Dad in style at Roots Hills Grill House at Guam Plaza Resort. Join our special Father's Day brunch with prime cuts, seafood, and sweet treats. Adults, $85. Children, $42.50. Make it a day Dad won't forget.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A Glimpse's media radio station.
One 105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek.
I'm swear that's like some sexy red Glorilla.
What?
Doja Cat.
What?
I'm trying to figure out this song.
Oh, this song.
This bumper here.
No.
Right?
Yeah,
Aren't you getting
it's
that?
got a vibe.
It's got a vibe.
For real, it's got
some
a vibe.
R&B,
That's
hip
what
hop.
I'm cracking up because this is like a song that didn't make it to the top 100 Billboard. It's the bottom.
Dude,
it's the bottom 500.
I can't deal with you sometimes.
Well, I know
man.
about
I
songwriting.
cannot.
I wrote a song.
I can't. Here we go.
Turn it up.
Milli Vanilli, let's hear it. God help me. We're serenading.
Cannabis fun, shopping at Macy's. I love to listen to music, eating tacos. We met because I loved your cologne. Savage.
That ain't going nowhere. That is not going.
Notice that we didn't get kicked
anywhere.
off by YouTube on that song.
Oh, because it was horrible. That's why.
I'm gonna bump it up.
Hell, we play. I like to eat chocolate.
D Cruz is on. You want me to write you a song, D?
Macy's.
No, no, thank you.
Thank
Come
you.
on. I want to write you a song. I will have a song written to you about you before we get off the air. Give me some buzzwords.
Oh my goodness!
I want the
gracious.
love. Can I put the love of your life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, put it
Yeah,
in there.
The
sure.
love of your
you can
life.
you can add everybody in there.
Okay, all right, I'll do
It'll
that.
be a 30-second song.
Yeah. What's your favorite pastime?
Man, that's a good one. I would probably say just hanging out with my family down in Tumon Beach when it wasn't as crazy back in the 70s. On Saturdays, we would go down there to the beach. And then on Sundays, we would go to church and then up to the ranch. That was my favorite pastime.
Okay. So that's very nice.
Are you
That's a
for
long-
reals, Patty?
I'm gonna
You're
write you a song.
literally.
Yeah.
Are you? What?
Yeah. So, what about your favorite game? Are you a gamer?
No.
Okay. What's your favorite? Well, all right. Other than that, you have no other interest?
Karaoke. I love to karaoke.
I love to sing. Okay. Loves to karaoke. How about your favorite song
How
right
in
now?
the world did we get this part where I called you up and we're making a song about me?
I'm sorry. Have we met? Have we met? Our conversations
What?
at lunch start with one thing, and 2 seconds later, we pivot to another.
Right.
Okay. So
Right.
what's your
Anyways.
favorite song right now?
My favorite song is Adios by Pacific Cool.
Oh, I like that song.
Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah. Okay.
I love that. It's on repeat. Like, I love it
yeah.
so much that he talks about why did she leave? You know, she forgot to leave the key to the house. She left the light on. I'm just going to sit here and wallow with my Budweiser.
I did
Yeah.
not met. See,
That's
okay.
a choice song right there.
How did you and I meet? Oh God.
Here we go. That's the
Oh, my
question.
goodness.
I think it was MCing, right? We were the best, worst MCs. Oh.
I want to say that it was when you were with when you were partnering with John.
Oh,
on
me and
the
John.
air.
Oh, okay.
And I think that it was way back. Back in the day when you just started.
Oh,
I wanna
really?
say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I want to
right.
say it was that far back. But we didn't become like really good friends until you took over.
Okay. All right. So anyway, you're fresh back from Saipan. This is like your second time, or this your third time?
I'm going back up again on Saturday,
Oh,
so
man.
that'll be my third, not my third time for Sinlaku for sure. But it's when I fill out the the QR code for Saipan Custom, it's always 6+. Yeah, because I mean,
well,
I'm just looking for houses up there now. I'm like, dude, I might as well just get a place.
Okay. So now, sorry. When you're up there, what is left to do? Because I think the Coast Guard have they all pulled out yet, or
No.
Oh.
No. The incident management team is there. We're now taking out the vessels that have sunken in Smiley Cove. So there's still a mission there, and I'm pretty sure if you call Sarah, she can knock
okay.
all of that.
Well, I
out
know
for
that you can't speak for, so I get it.
I can't speak for, but I can speak that I did spend 2 nights with Guam Power Authority on their appreciation. Governor Liu flew up there with John Beneventi. I got a couple of pics with them, and just to thank. But I'll tell you what, Saipan folks, Rhoda and Tinian, they love when they see GPA. They just absolutely adore them. They, and it was so crazy because they brought up one of the Saipan folks brought up that they couldn't believe Guam had to put out a news release that stated, if you see GPA, please don't come up to them because they're working.
Oh, yeah. The same one they did
Remember
here.
when they did that?
Yeah.
And it was only because people were out there harassing them, asking them when their power was going to go on. Like, how come you're working on this street, but you're not working on our street? Like, we had a different tempo, not with Saipan or Tinian. They were out there, like, giving drinks, food, like, all kinds of stuff. Even the people in the stores were thanking them for what they're doing. Because, man, I'll tell you what, for the last, I think it's 40 days, they've been hustling. Like,
wow.
Like, I see them in the morning at 5 a.m. doing their safety brief, and then they all leave by 6. They don't come back, Patty, until like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And I'm like, wow, you guys are troopers. So Mr. Beneventi threw a little appreciation. He actually cooked for them, which was, I was like, what? Like, yeah, he had a really good spread out there. And if anybody's in Saipan right now wondering what the fireworks are, yeah, that's us. Don't leave Guam unsupervised. We'll pop off a whole bunch of stuff. It was fun because everybody, we're just having unwinding and having a great time with a bunch of the locals there. But
yeah.
And then you also have your folks from, like, I believe Guam Army National Guard, if I'm not mistaken, has been deployed. I think they're up there. I haven't seen them personally, but I just got word that they were around, so I see
What
them.
is your, you're a big people person, and I know you're working up there, but what is your assessment of the mood of folks up there? I mean, it was pretty tough, but we all know. We know Saipan, and Saipan, they could take a licking, man, and they keep coming, snapping back, and in full force. These are great people. What's the attitude? I know there's got to be a level of frustration, obviously, that comes with that. It's been so long since this happened. What's the mood? What's the vibe?
The mood there is. I have yet to find somebody that is upset or frustrated with anything, honestly. They're a group of just wonderful individuals that appreciate all the help that they're getting. They're appreciating, all the aid that the federal and nonprofits are bringing. They just love the fact that, Guam and all the other islands are stepping up and helping out because, we've all been there in Mawar. They've been there twice with Sodalore and U2. So they appreciate all the help that they can
Yeah,
get.
I can see that.
I love it. I love it in Saipan.
Me too.
I went to Tinian for a day to go there to do some work, and I love the folks in Tinian is a beautiful island. I've never been. That was my first time in Tinian, but man, there's a lot of cows. I'll tell you what. I was thinking of Yellowstone when I was driving through the Ville, but the people there in Tinian are really appreciative and I did go to JC's Cafe to try their buttermilk chicken. By far, Patti, the best in the Marianas. I'm not kidding. I'm like, okay, Guam, we need to come
I've
to
heard
JC
about
and
that
find
famous chicken. Is that made by someone local, or is that like Church's Fried Chicken that was frozen?
No. That's all local love, and
wow.
Whatever secret they've got in the back kitchen, but it was by far the best chicken I've had, fried chicken.
Dang, okay, that says a lot.
That was worth the 40-minute boat ride. When I got there, I was like, rock on.
Yeah, okay.
But so we go back up for a change of command, and then I come back down next week.
Okay,
so
all right. Well,
everything should be good to go. But if you need anything, let me know, Dice. If you need anything, or
we
need
need
me to
chicken
bring
from
anything to your
Tinian.
family or
chicken
from Tinian. She
you
just
want
said,
chicken?
No, she said that the chicken, the fried chicken at that cafe in Tinian's the best she's ever had.
JC Cafe.
JC
Cafe.
That's hard to get. That's hard to get here.
Great choice. Yeah, we'll take
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. If
that
I go
sounds
to
good.
Tinian again, I'm going to go to Rhoda, so we'll figure that out.
What do you want
as
from
well.
Rhoda?
But,
a pitcher of
all right.
calamansi.
Pitcher of calamansi.
Yeah. It's
You
really
got
good.
You shouldn't have asked. You shouldn't have asked because she's a list.
I'll hook you guys up. I'll wait first and see how my song comes out. But I'll let you guys
you
know.
ready for
the
it?
Manglutnius dry meat. We want dry meat
I
from the
gotta go. I'm
Manglutnia
gonna
family.
Let you guys go first. You got 7 minutes, but I'm going to be early.
No. Okay, bye. But I hope you're listening to the radio because I got her song. You ready?
I love D. Cruz.
I got her song. All right,
Dee.
Dee.
What you got? Here we go.
This is Dee's song.
Break it to us, babyface. Come on. Where's the music at?
I don't know.
Come on, dude.
No,
All right, man.
It
No,
wasn't
no,
even,
come on.
probably wasn't a very good song.
See,
anyway.
this is why we'll never team up with Timbaland. We're taking
I know.
Timbaland.
I don't know what happened. It
trying
was
to do
like it
something.
should be playing. Oh, I have to.
All
turn
right,
it-
we're good?
Well, I got to
there we
turn
go.
up. I got to turn up the volume.
Okay. Let's see how it sounds. All right. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Right? Okay.
Oh.
Uh-huh. I
That's
like
it?
it. I like where are the lyrics at? Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Have it with family on Timon back in 70s.
Timon.
Saturdays at the beach and church and ranch on Sundays. Love the karaoke. Adios is my favorite song. Met on the Patti and John. Met on the Patti and John.
That's a hook. That's
Get
a
it.
song.
Met on the Patti and John.
Hey. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if there's a second verse. There wasn't enough interesting thing about her to do more lyrics. Although that whole Sunday afternoon weekend thing with family was a long lyric.
I
so
like it.
I'm glad they worked it in.
Hey.
Okay, all right. I'm
All
sure
right.
he's
So
gonna
what
end
is
it
the
there.
name of this app that you're playing around with? What
I
is
ain't
this?
telling you because I know what's going to happen.
No.
You're going to make me a song that's going to just ruin my career.
No. Just
It's called Suno.
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 All right, Suno. Well, I don't have money to buy it, so I'm just
It's
gonna
free.
leave-
I keep writing songs.
Oh, yeah, calendar,
until
6
I
days.
keep writing songs because I'm waiting for them to send me a bill and they haven't done it yet.
6 days to cancel for Patty. Okay, put it on my calendar.
No, it's not. It's you said no, we're good.
Well, we don't want to do the full 7 days. You got to do it before.
No,
the
there wasn't
period.
even a prompt for that.
Oh, okay.
They said, "How do you want to do this? On your Apple or on your iPhone?" I'm like, "Shoot, my phone." So
okay, so you don't need a reminder. Okay,
I don't need a
good.
reminder.
We
It
don't need a
says they didn't charge me for anything.
Okay, all right. So then we're good. Okay. Well, you know what? It's a cool app. I think that's
Maybe let me
really
just check my account.
good.
What if they just charge me $100 for the year and I don't even know it? Let me just go into my Bank of Hawaii account and see whether or not they've done anything to say that I had to buy something, because I'm going to be really upset. They didn't ask for my permission to buy anything, so I guess that doesn't. I guess we're okay with that.
Or anything.
What's that? Wait a minute.
They start billing us for royalties on these albums, man.
Yeah.
I got you. That's pretty cool.
Okay, good. No charges. We're good.
Not mad.
Nothing even pending. All right, great.
We're good.
SUNO. Go write a song.
SUNO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna write another song about you.
I'm good. Patty, you can stop.
No, I can't. Now I'm stuck.
We're good.
I'm stuck.
I'm out of adjectives. Okay, we're good. I'm out of adjectives.
It is bottom of the hour, I guess.
What are you doing?
Earth's like he says that they've got Guam Solid Waste.
Guam Solid Waste. Okay, I'll write this down.
In Saipan, I'm assuming we have our trucks there. They've got helping clearing waste disposal. Thank you, Guam.
Guam Solid
All right, there. Irv's like from GWSA. All right. They also have their. For some reason, Irv, their solid waste trucks are not as sexy as the GPA trucks strolling down the street at night with the lights on and the You see the video? Did you see that video?
I saw a few. I've seen a few.
The video is of like this smooth, like GPA truck, just like slow motion driving down, an unlit street in Saipan. Like they're heroes to the rescue. They got this, like some really, I don't know what music bed in the background that makes you reflect on your life.
There it is.
Right. It kind of makes you kind of cry a little bit because you're so proud that GPA is there to help save the day. Irv, I really like you, bro, but I don't know about the the trash trucks evoking the same.
Not making the sexiest men alive. Okay. GPA is sexiest
I don't feel
men
the
alive.
cry.
Right
I don't feel. I feel the stench, but I don't feel the cry.
Not there yet, but we appreciate you. Nonetheless,
we like you, Irv.
We love you. Nonetheless, we do appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Oh, that is so dang funny. I don't know if he's going to appreciate that because he's not even laughing.
I love it.
All right, well, go ahead and take that break. Okay, hang on a second. Wait.
Where we at? Okay.
Good morning, media. I was sent an inquiry which prompts this response. Security guards at the Micronesia Mall removed a man on June 9th around 12:45 and was found sleeping on the property. The incident was handled internally. GPD was not. A video of the incident has been circulating on social media. I didn't see it. Did you?
No. Of a man sleeping at the mall?
Yeah.
No, I did not see a video of a guy sleeping at the mall.
Yeah.
No, I missed that one. Okay, so there was a guy sleeping. Security guards handled the
I guess
situation.
some media person wanted to find, because a video is circulating of a guy who's being removed by the security at the mall. I think maybe it might have been a little rough of a situation because they didn't call GPD.
Okay.
What they're trying to say is whatever you're seeing in that video wasn't us.
Okay.
I think that's what that video is about. It's like maybe some security guard just didn't kind of handle the guy correctly, and then somebody videotaped it. Probably looked like a little more aggressive force needed.
Making
and
sense
he's
now.
basically saying, it wasn't us.
I'm following now.
I was talking to Polly a few minutes ago where I was talking about, did I read that Doug Moylan somewhere down the line in the past day or so has come out with a statement that it's, by God's hand and by my commitment to Guam, I'm going to make sure we don't lose that $104 million that he desperately tried not to use. Now it's going to be lost. And he says, I'm not going to, if I have anything to say about it, it's not going to be returned. Doug Moylan, someone writes to me claiming he will fight to keep the funds has tried so hard to have us lose through his frivolous lawsuits is laughable. Note that he is already trying to blame others in, quote, attorneys in my office told me this was illegal. Dear God. Legislators expressing outrage is ridiculous. They do nothing, and now that they need to be reelected, they use the GVP case for soundbite opportunities. Okay, you were listening to what I was saying.
Okay.
These are the things that come up, within several months of an election. But it is difficult to hear that Doug Moreland. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't read the story, but I did see, the headline that he's like, it's like over my dead body. We're not going to return this 104. This is the $104 million that he filed various lawsuits to stop the governor from using for a hospital. At the end of that, in a very upsetting speech, a commentary afterwards, the governor said, "You want to blame us for not having a hospital? Blame Doug Moreland." And she went on a tirade. She had a moment where there was a little bit of a hospital meltdown, where she was really angry at the fact that the judge ruled against him and for Adelup in the authority to build a hospital. And now that the money is so far gone that GWA and GPA can't put in the first thing that's needed for a hospital complex, which is infrastructure, they just are starting to dole out the money to other places. And he's saying he's not gonna allow that money to be sent back to the federal government unspent. And it isn't because these are not lawsuits that he filed, because this is something that he researched and evaluated and studied and then crafted some kind of, the verbiage that would, to make a lawsuit over this, to bring it to these courts. And the comment that I'm reading is, attorneys in my office told me this was illegal. Yeah. Doug Moreland's running for re-election, everybody. Bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back.
The road to Adelup is set. This time, we sit down with Democrat candidates Senator Joe St. Augustine and former Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 8 on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality healthcare and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Guam. Good Morning, everyone. It's about 37 minutes after 7 o'clock this morning. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. Our studio lines are always available. You are welcome to give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save today. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group. Right now at Triple J Ford, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 671-483-7522. Code One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more live great food and memories happen here. It is Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Alrighty, Guam, let's go ahead and hit the streets right now for your third look at your traffic report, which is all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website at guamautospot.com. Department of Public Works will be grass cutting this morning. We got bush cutting happening along Route 4, starting around the Illick Bridge this morning, heading north towards Sinahanya. Side cuttings happening along Route 4, starting from the Talofofu Bay Lookout, heading south towards Inalahan. Additional delays in traffic will be between Route 27 and Juan Jacinta Road. That's going to be coming around Half a Day Market, and that kicks off at 9 a.m., possibly until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Striping work, the layout along Corton Torres Road, that's going to be along the Route 10 intersection, as well as some pavement repair, milling, and pavement projects. That's going to be along the Route 10, Route 4 intersection. So motorists, you guys are advised to expect traffic delays, plan your travel time accordingly, and please use the alternate routes and follow the posted detour signs. Reduce your speed, comply with the posted speed limits when passing through the work zones. Remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces and temporary steel plates. Make sure that you do proceed with caution at all times. All right, friends, coming around the southern end of the island, we got traffic flowing out of the main gate of the Naval Base this morning. We got north and southbound coming around Patti this morning. That's going to be around Day by Day Market. Ashton traffic is looking nice this morning. No delays there. Anigua's looking just as great. Hagana as well as Sinahanya, we got a little north and southbound there. It looks like Route 8 in the Mongmong Totu Mighty area is also beginning to build up, as well as the Tri intersection. That's going to be in Barragata around Crown Bakery 76 I-76 Circle K and the Barrigada Fire Station. North and southbound outside of the Barrigada Post Office this morning, as well as our friends that are flowing from Harmon into Barrigada. That's going to be around that Dedito Sports Complex, as well as our friends along Manchechi Road and Bellow Road. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, make sure that we're not texting and driving, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Hump Day Wednesday. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
It's time to open up the pantry and add some serious kick to your cooking. Welcome to a very flavorful edition of the National Day Spotlight for June 10th.
While we celebrate National Herbs and Spices Day by elevating our favorite meals, one of our favorite culinary sensations was actually engineered as a biological weapon. Chili peppers naturally produce a chemical compound called capsaicin, which triggers an intense burning sensation when consumed. In the wild, plants develop this chemical defense mechanism specifically to deter mammals from eating their pods and crushing their seeds. However, the evolutionary trick completely backfired when it came to humans. Instead of avoiding the pain, our ancestors fell in love with the fiery chemical reaction. What was meant to be a poisonous warning label became the foundational ingredient for global cuisine, proving humans will happily eat a plant's defenses just for the thrill.
I'm not a huge fan of really hot food.
Yes.
A little kick is fine,
Yep.
but the really hot, no. But I do know that this works because my brother plants hot peppers between their flowers.
Okay.
And nothing eats them.
Really?
They
Interesting.
grow and are beautiful.
That's a great idea.
Yes. We are also celebrating National Iced Tea Day and National Egg Roll Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
KGUM-FM, Dedito, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses Media radio station.
Hello, 7:46 in the morning. Are you following the missing sisters from like 10 years ago? Yes, I am following the missing sisters from like 10 years ago. In fact, I just read a story out of the Marianas Press. Yes, thank you. It's all right. I just did read something out of the Marianas Press. It showed up on Instagram. It showed up on Facebook about there being a video of someone who claims to be Paloma Luke. Is it Luke? Luke.
Luke, yeah. Luke sisters. The H is silent.
Okay, the Luke sisters. And so the Marianas Press is reporting this morning that they are contacting Congresswoman Kimberly King Hines so they can verify whether or not this video is authentic. It shows up on YouTube. They don't show a link to the YouTube page, to the YouTube video, but they are indeed in reporting that, and I don't even know whether or not or how they were able to see it. Oh, you have it? Okay, I'm not. Did you vet this one for me, Dee? This
all right,
you saw it?
here we
What?
go.
I got it. It.
On the Luke sisters.
Yeah, this is.
Let me see. Let me see it.
See what?
Okay, I'm not gonna play. I need to vet this. Can you vet it for me? You're gonna go. All right, I need to vet it first because I just got the link, and she claims to be Paloma Luke.
I doubt it.
Really? Do you see the photo?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's.
You don't think that's her? It is a video. I got the link. Thanks so much, Dee, for sending it to me. I'll be taking a look at it, but I do need to vet it first. I want to make sure that it. Did you just pull a switch on her? Did she know that you're here?
Maybe.
I don't know. My God, she just ran out the back door to get you, and then you just walked in the front door. This is London Island, everybody. He'll be on in a second. She just walked out the back to go get you.
She probably thinks it's somebody.
And then you came in the front door. So she's going to come back and see you sitting down. This is going to be funny. I can't wait for that to go down. But so the story that the Marianas Press is penning this morning is that there is a video, which I guess I'm looking at, and I do not know whether or not I haven't stared at the video long enough. I guess Dice would probably have a better idea of what she looks like. She doesn't think so, but we'll see. And in this case, they're talking about how did you know that he just came in the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's funny. Anyway, so they're talking about how they saw the video, and she claims to be one of the two missing sisters. And this was 11 years ago, Dice?
Yes, ma'am.
This is one of those cases that stunned this region.
Right on.
Because in broad daylight, these girls were walking to school, correct? Is that the last known
That's right.
activity? Is they were
Bus
walking
stop.
to school or walking to the bus stop early in the
ma'am.
morning,
Early
and
in the
then
morning.
they were never seen again.
That's correct.
And I remember the FBI from Honolulu flew out there, and they did a long investigation. And for the rest of us on this side, trying to cover the story from afar, we were
we combed the island. I was on the search team, so we
You were all over the
We
place.
were all over the place. Yeah, we kind of combed the place. We didn't see anything. We
Yeah.
did not see anything. I'm in the group chats, and the family is like, no, that's not her.
Really?
Yeah, the family's like, no. I was like, okay, if anyone would
She
know
would be
behind-
11 years older, right? So they would know the idiosyncrasies and all the details of her.
No, but then, they're doing the prayers thing. They're like,
Sure.
oh, we'll pray.
I mean, would we like it to be her?
Yes, we would. Of course we would. Of course we would. We got questions.
Did you see? Yeah.
We got questions. Hey. We got a
Yeah,
lot of
first of all, where's your sister? Where's your sister? And then the other part of it is how this went down. The link that I got was sent. I heard the opening, and I saw an image of a girl, of a woman. She would be a woman by now,
For
would
sure,
she? A teenager or something?
Yes, that is correct.
How old would she be?
Let's see. They were 10, 9 years
Oh,
old at the
okay.
time.
So,
right?
wow, they're 21.
26. Yeah,
So they're 21 by this
they'll
point.
be fully grown. Yeah, right.
So I'm looking at a video. I'm looking at the
mature
video,
adults.
and I hear a male voice going, "What?" And I didn't know the tone of that conversation, but it didn't sound like a pleasant one, and I didn't that would just wouldn't have been appropriate to run that without
sure.
any context of what it was. So, from my instinct told me that this is probably like a video that we probably have to vet
We
first,
want them
which
to
is
be
what
found safely, but yeah, you know.
what we're gonna do during the break.
I got you.
Yeah. Well, we've got. Let me see. I don't know what Mariana's press is. They're saying that what they want to do is they want to run it by Kimberly Hines.
Right. Well, Tom Manglona, I mean, he is an awesome journalist, so you know.
Yes.
His credentials are pretty high, so I
Yeah.
do trust him. As per this video,
Oh, I
I'm
do
not
too.
su- You know, yeah, I
He's
trust
a good.
Tom.
He's a good. He's a good,
He's
thorough
excellent,
journalist.
yeah,
So in this case, though, you know, with the reason why they would want to run it through the Congresswoman is to find out from I don't know how they would be able, why the Congresswoman and her engagement in this or her involvement in this would be able to help tell whether or not this is a true story.
Right on. You know what? I got Cash Patel on speed dial. You don't want me to like tap in and just to see. He's FBI.
I'd rather you have
Patti,
Tom Manglona on speed dial if you ask me. But yeah, yeah.
Questions.
Uh-huh.
got some questions.
We do have some questions, and
You got 1 out of 2. If so, I mean, of course we want them both found safely, Patty. Yeah, right.
Definitely.
You know, now they're gonna be grown adults right now. You know, they were 10, 9 years old at the time. So you know, we're in 2026 right now. So you know, a lot of time has flown by.
Yeah, and then you know, in the early days and the waning days of this search, you know, everybody was having theories about what was happening. You know, this was 11 years ago. A lot of things were happening in Saipan. Was the casino still open? 11 years ago, right? Yes. The casino was still there were questions. There were definite
It was
questions.
at duty free at the time. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. So there were big questions at the time about sex trafficking and human trafficking in this region, and they were cracking down on this. And it wasn't something that was new, but it was definitely something that was present. And so federal authorities were here. I mean, federal authorities here. Have been out here. I mean, we're out here spreading the message. I think the very first time, in fact, and it wasn't 11 years ago, it was longer than that, but it was DEA. I had an interview with them in the studio once, and they said if there's anything that's a huge threat to Guam right now and the CNMI, it isn't necessarily drugs, although drugs was really up nipping the heels on this topic of human trafficking. That our borders were still not tightened enough, and this is DEA, they're drug enforcement, right? So this is the stuff that they look at is the security of the borders, because this is how drugs come through. And at the time, I think it was Marvin Stubbs, and he was like the agent in charge, was talking about it has been a difficult time because people they're not up on what human trafficking is. They can't see it with the naked eye. You can't tell, you know, if somebody has been trafficked. We had an entire, our most infamous story of human trafficking really rearing its ugly head and hitting us between the eyes was Blue House Lounge. And so that was a situation where women were brought in on the guise of working in the restaurant industry and then ending up in a massage parlor where they were paid to have sex with people, and many of them were local. Some of them were involved were cops from GPD. So we really got an idea of what that kind of looks like.
Right. Yes.
These girls were brought up from the from the FSM, you know, and working in a bar. I mean, hidden in plain sight. Basically, their passports were taken away and they were enslaved. Right. So they were sort of indentured to this owner. And so that came to, you know, the recognition. It was a big federal case, and that happened. We got to see what that looked like firsthand. But aside from that, we couldn't really tell what that looked like and who might have not really been, what children might have been here or women who are here, because they are predominantly women who are trafficked or females that are trafficked that we wouldn't have known if they were just regular among us or they were here under duress. So I know, I don't know if this happens in your bathrooms as a male, Landon, and in your travels, but in all of my travels in the international airports, in the women's stalls, when you close the door, there's a sign written in various languages. Most of it would be English and in Spanish. Do you ever see those? And it's a help number.
Yeah.
It's a line that you can call or text.
I see that in Lexington, Kentucky, of all places, when I go visit my sister or stay at one of the hotels sometimes. And in the elevators, they have human trafficking signs and posters up there. And so you never know.
You never know.
If you see something, say something.
Exactly. And so, I mean, they're putting it in bathroom stalls at airports. So clearly the presence of this trafficking happens at these borders, happens in hotels, happens in airports, obviously, car rental places, these kinds of places. And so, you know, America has been on high alert for this for a long time, but we in the islands, maybe not so much did we see it until the Luke sisters came, that story came that it was a reality.
And that was in my early years on Guam. I was here like maybe 1 or 2 years when that happened, and I made a trip to Saipan just to visit some friends, and it was still raw back then. But you think we're a small community, a close-knit island community, but we have a lot of international exposure.
We do, and
you never know who's coming on our shores.
And it's so interesting because in these parts, we are all dark-skinned, brown-skinned, dark-haired people, and we all have similarities, island similarities in our DNA, right? So you really don't know from one person to another because they don't look like victims; they look like us.
And you want to give people the benefit of the doubt that it's not going to happen here. And you see somebody on the street and think, okay, they're just another person living their life and stuff.
That looks like me.
They may
or
have
looks like
ulterior motives, and you never know.
You just never know. And so, if this case has been broken after 11 years of being cold, this is and it didn't happen because law enforcement made it happen. It happened because somebody posted a video on YouTube. They didn't have YouTube 11 years ago as an asset or a resource, right? So the technology, as it gets better, as much as we like it and hate it, at the same time, it does have its benefits. We're going to go ahead and take a break. Of course, you know who my next guest is. We don't get to have him actually in my face in the studio, but he is here, and Landon is going to be part of the conversation in this next hour. You're fresh back from where?
Where was I?
I don't know.
I haven't
You were
traveled
gone
since my dad's birthday in April. And then
but you still, yeah.
I was in Saipan after Sinlaku.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're not physically off the island, you're also always doing something. We're going to catch up with you because I was kind of disturbed about that. I don't know, the prognosis for the year.
Yeah.
And I was like, I have a big outdoor thing that's happening in July that that I have spent a lot of time and money on making happen.
Make sure I'm on island for that.
You'll make sure that you're on island, but you're also going to get it if you are on island and we have a typhoon.
Right on.
But anyway, it's about a minute or 15 seconds before the top of the hour. Go ahead and take our break for Associated Press AP News, not ABC. AP News is happening right now. We're KGUM-FM and Deddy Do Guam.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. On social media, President Trump says he learned from the military Iran was responsible for the shooting down of an American military helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, and that the U.S. must respond to the attack. The two aviators were rescued. The president says they were not injured. Shortly before the president's post, Iran's parliament speaker said on X, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled." Before the latest statements, Florida Republican Senator Tim Scott is hoping diplomacy wins out.
Clearly, I don't trust Iran. I do trust our president. I do believe Trump can get a deal done. But do I actually believe that eventually it's going to take more strikes on Iran? I probably believe that it's going to take more strikes. But I don't underestimate Trump, and I hope he's right.
The downing of the helicopter further strains a 2-month ceasefire. NASA revealed the crew for its Artemis 3 mission, the next step in eventually landing astronauts on the moon. Andre Douglas is on that list.
My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full.
They'll orbit Earth while practicing docking their Orion capsule with lunar landers. The demo is targeted for next year. NASA's Artemis program aims to land astronauts on the moon for the first time since the 1970s. The Trump administration is warning more than 500 hospitals they're failing to provide the public with enough information about prices and could face fines. A jump in May home sales is the biggest in what has been a sluggish year. Serena Williams' tennis comeback resulted in a doubles victory at the Queen's Club in London. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. It's primary election day in Nevada, South Carolina, North Dakota, and a state in New England.
A critical race for the Democrats in taking back the Senate rests in Maine, where voters hit the polls. Graham Plattner seeking to make a Democratic nomination official, while longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins is unopposed in the GOP primary. Voter Annette Babcock picking Plattner.
I feel he's the best candidate, and he has the best shot of beating Susan Collins, who I no longer support.
Fellow Sullivan resident Brenda Wood, not Team Plattner.
He's a disgrace, and this state has been Democrat for a long time, and it needs to change.
Plattner has been dogged by sexually explicit text messages he reportedly sent to women while married. Voter John Keenan says everybody has personal issues.
It's not what his personal issues are, it's what he stands for.
I'm Julie Walker.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
AP's off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and a low risk of rip currents will continue through the weekend. The fire danger is moderate and will continue to slowly climb the next few days. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
At GTA, there's no fine print favorites, no new customers only, no almost everyone, because everyone gets our best deal. Right now, sign up for any unlimited plan and get up to $400 off a premium smartphone. Yep, same deal, same savings. No hoops, no hassle. Switch, upgrade, or start fresh. No matter how you join, you win. Come into GTA today because the best deal, it's for everyone. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Feeling high, summer smoke alarm. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like, yeah. Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like, yeah. Turn me up, cause I got the flow. Got 'em saying, who's that? You already know. I'm a storm, race for the show. Make room. I don't
Sorry, I was writing a song for Landon. I'm
Lord.
songwriting.
Are you still producing music, Patty?
While
We're
I'm
not
on the
done.
air, I'm so talented.
We're on the
Can you sing me a tune?
Dude, we're
I
on
can.
our fourth
Opera.
one-hit wonder.
Oh, you want opera? I can do that.
Don't encourage her.
No, okay.
Don't encourage her.
I want to know.
Go for it,
I
go for
want
it,
to
go
know
for
where you have been. Because you are, every time I see you or talk to you, it's either I have to find you, which I am not happy about, or, but no, you're out there. And I always wonder what kind of road trips you're taking for somebody who's doing weather on Guam.
Not
like,
enough.
what are you doing? Yeah.
Not enough road trips.
I know, but why would you even have to?
Yeah, I like road trips. But yeah, Brandon and I, we did take a trip up to Saipan right after Sinlaku. It was going to be like 2 weeks after Sinlaku, but because of my collision at the office and ultimate fall on the floor and spinal break, delayed it by 2 weeks. And we went up there to do some assessments and discussions with leaders and decision makers just to look at Weather Service decision support services and where we could improve things and best practices.
Well, I mean, I can see sharing that kind of information, but CNMI also has its own. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be regular road trips. I'm just understanding the process by which you guys are forecasting and collaborating in this area, because not everybody has a station.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so we're the weather forecast office for the whole region, but we're located on Guam. And so one of the things that I've been trying to do in my capacity for the last 6 years is get more of a footprint in the CNMI to get more presence on the ground up there through outreach.
Is that are you talking about opening up another office up there?
Not so
Is
much
that
another
possible?
office, but just getting up there more often because we get to schools all the time here on Guam, but never in Saipan. And I think the only time we ever had a school visit was when I made a trip a couple years ago, and I made it a priority to visit some classrooms. We did visit Saipan Community School on this last trip and spoke to the kids, and they're right on the water. And I think it was impressive to note that they were open for school 8 days after Sinlaku.
No.
They cleaned that place up, the property, the grounds, the buildings, even with the flooding. They cleaned it up and had it ready for occupation 8 days later, which is a testament to preparedness.
So, and that leads to what you're telling them that they already know.
Yeah.
Right. So preparedness in these parts, but you're also dealing with a mindset that is a far more old school than we are up here in Guam.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school mindset, for better or for worse, and there's a lot of new school mindset. People that are inexperienced with the typhoons and the power of nature out here, especially if they're from like the Midwest states. They've never really encountered it, especially our vulnerability and the impacts you can have here on the islands. So it was a mixed range of discussions, but overall it was very positive feedback that we got from everybody, literally from a guy in a wheelchair on the corner. I think he was homeless. We were walking up to one of the restaurants late one night, and he said, "You're the weather guys."
Wow.
In the dark, recognized us.
Wow.
And so I wanted to follow back up with him later and find out how he got his weather information, because we want to ensure that everybody everywhere at all levels of society are getting that weather information to take action to be prepared.
Well, that's also a concept that's all across America. There are a lot of people who don't have access to the technology, right? In these islands, though, we sniff them out. So there's a whole nother sense of weather that's happening that's uneducated, if you will. And I don't mean that to be a disparaging comment at all. People just sort of, there's a lot of the silence, but there's a lot, clearly a premonition.
Well, it's a lot of uninformed people getting weather information from other than official sources. And there's so much of that before Sinlaku, we saw such a prevalence of YouTubers and Facebook and social meteorologists that were putting out information. A lot of it, some of it was legitimate. Some of these were certified actual meteorologists. including one from the States that started following me on Facebook, and now we're Facebook friends.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
Are you
say
setting him straight about the whole glamour of?
Well, he kind of think of was it Bob Villa and Tim Taylor, their relationship. That's my relationship.
Oh, okay.
With the guy, but
Sort
the
of-
guy is legitimate. He's
Yeah.
a bona fide meteorologist, but tends to
But
hype
there's
things
caution.
up.
There's caution. There's
Yeah,
caution in,
there's
in the
caution
dissemination.
because these people, they don't have the responsibility and accountability that we have here at the local office, as well as the government officials, that we have to be accountable for what we say and what we advise and what we put out. And so I've had people ask me, why are y'all never first to say something's going to happen? You see it all these other sources. I said, we don't aim to be first. We aim to be the most accurate, and we have to be reliable.
What did you call them again?
Social meteorologist.
Social meteorologist.
And so
So the reason I ask, and I always ask this question because I don't want to discount the fact that the feeling of weather is also a reliable instinct, right?
yeah.
And I told Dice, tell me if I'm
Go for it.
And the origins. Remember, I told you
Right on.
that weather forecasting,
Yes.
prognostication was actually more witchcraft in the beginning
Yeah.
than it was a science.
She actually did.
Yeah, and there's a lot of speculation, rumors, and stuff. And
Yeah.
I get a lot of messages from people. My knee's hurting. Is there something brewing? My back is hurting. That'll probably be me in the next storm. I'll have to see how my spine pans out.
Yeah.
We get those messages, and I'm like, can you give me like 3 to 5 days heads up before you start getting sore? And let me know.
Yeah, 'cause I need-
because
yeah.
that would be extra data to a forecast.
Do you find that there is a valuable correlation between, a viable correlation between the two?
I think so. A lot of it's rumor and speculation or wives' tales, but I think there is some link to it with pressure systems and moisture content and humidity in the air.
Well, you can see it when they talk about the rising barometric pressure and how that influences the time a woman's going to give birth, that sort of
giving
thing.
labor, headaches, sinuses and stuff.
Yeah.
So they're all linked.
But they're linked, but those are actual physical conditions that can change when the wind blows, and that's not necessarily science.
And
I mean, that's
Pamela,
that.
11 births right there at GMH during Pamela's passage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of babies.
Yeah, it's a lot of babies. Well, they were on their way to giving birth, right? These
Yeah.
were natural pregnancies that happened because of the pressure.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So, you gave sort of a prognosis of the season this week. And I was reading how preparedness is everything. And I have to say, I've been through. I mean, my first typhoon was 76. I was a junior in high school, and that was big, and I felt it. We suffered over it for a long time. The rest of the ones that have happened, you never discount the strength, and you never act like you know everything.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Now and now being a homeowner and seeing how these last couple of typhoons, like Sinlaku and Maiwar, have done some damage to my home. Now I'm getting pissed. Now I'm like, wait a minute, how I'm on the radio talking to this guy a week before it's happening, right?
Yeah.
How am I ill prepared, right?
And it happens. And I will say I'm a homeowner, and I've not repaired the damage to my house from Mawar.
Yeah.
I replaced some of the light fixtures outside, but not all of them. And the banisters on my roof are still sketchy. But I do have a plan to replace those once I get some money saved up and just do a big overhaul renovation on the house. But we put out the outlook last week, and while we are looking for a potentially busy season ahead of us because of this trend toward a strong El Nino, this is all climatological. This is not a guarantee. This is an outlook. And people stress and fret and get anxious over this outlook, especially when they see the reds and burgundies over the Marianas Islands. Yeah, it doesn't look good for us as far as an outlook, but it's not a guarantee. This is not a guaranteed we're going to have 4 to 7 tropical cyclones make landfall over Guam. We're not saying that by any means. And the season actually could be better or it could be worse. And that's where I tell people, take the energy from worrying and stressing, because that does nothing. Take that energy and do it toward preparedness. Make sure you're ready. Learn from previous typhoons, Sinlaku, Mawar, what worked well, what did not work so well, and how you can be better prepared for the next one.
Well, it also goes to say that there are people who have still not fixed up what happened in Mawar like you. And that compounds the damage that is going to be coming from the next typhoon, right?
Correct.
So we're not necessarily rebuilt from the last one. Now we're going to suffer even more damage with the next one as it is with Sinlaku.
Correct.
So, I mean, it becomes an economic thing for sure. I could be as prepared as I possibly can, but like you, I have improvements that I have been able, thank goodness I had the resources to be able to recover quickly from Maywar. Sinlaku then came and told me where the other spots were that I missed.
Yeah, and Sinlaku was special because a lot of people disregarded Sinlaku here on Guam. Once that track started shifting northward, people started relaxing. I know I relaxed. I was on the airplane flying out of Pennsylvania, and it was making a dead track toward Guam. And by the time I landed in Guam, it had shifted northward, and I was a whole lot more at ease. And so we're anticipating tropical storm force conditions. And so naturally, it's not a Category 5, not a Category 4. It's only a tropical storm. Yeah. And look at the hit we had here on Guam. We had significant impacts, especially to the power. I was out of power and water for 6 days.
Yeah.
I did not anticipate that, and it cleared the fridge and freezer again. And so I've got some lessons learned that I need to double down on.
Or that we have to invest in a generator, which when you talk about preparedness, it isn't just making sure that you take down the tarp.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's called, it calls for an investment. And,
correct.
And if you're homeowning for a long time and you've been homeowning and then trying to replenish your goods every time a storm hits, you're starting to save up for a decent sized generator, right?
That's exactly it. And so the generators are a great tool and an asset, even if it plugs in, takes care of a refrigerator or one portable AC unit in your bedroom when you sleep at night, because those muggy, hot, humid nights are miserable.
Yeah.
And so it's something as simple as a small generator just to keep your refrigerator going.
Your refrigerator going and your battery's powered. That's I think in our house that was what we did. We had all the Ryobi fans, which were great, by the way. But they only last for like 12 hours or so, and then you got to find electricity to power them up again. But that's just my problem. The larger issue is around here since the typhoon was that people, when you said that they're not prepared because they don't believe or they don't take it seriously, because the information, and you guys are good at this, the information comes so quickly and it comes so frequently that you're almost deaf to it because the same terminology is used, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I know that you've gotten hits on social media where they're like, stop already, Because,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen those. I'm not hurting your feelings.
This was right after Sinlaku. I was getting so irritated. I told Brandon, I was like, I'm so tired of this.
Yeah.
And I got to the point when I'm getting interview requests, I said, quite honestly, I'm tired of talking to the media about this.
Yeah.
And what I was trying to relay is because we had so many rumors and speculation about disturbances, and there was so much panic on social media that, oh my gosh, here's that next disturbance. That's the next typhoon forming. And there's rumors of that taking a track just like Sinlaku, becoming another devastating hit.
It came back as it was turning around. The first
was never even the case.
Exactly. The first unbridled rumor was that it's turning around and coming back at us.
Well, it was that one, and then we had all these other disturbances in the region, which is typical. We always see these trends, but we don't always broadcast it because there's not a significant threat emerging. But these social meteorologists and all these other pages were saying, here's the next one. And I remember this YouTuber, he said, next typhoon forming now. And I was like, this is not the message.
Yeah.
But he was very popular.
Yeah. And so I remember interviewing you about that because it was a frustration. Like, what are we doing here? How are we supposed to respond to every single one of these things?
Yep.
And you put it in light. The reason I'm on the radio, and at least the reason I'm in social media, is to tell you that this is not true.
Correct.
And it's hard to do that by being the sole guy on one side going, don't listen to all these people that you're taking all this information from. It's not true. People just don't do that.
Yeah, and we see these disturbances all the time. And one thing I tried to get across is in the Micronesia region, we see upwards of 100 to 120 disturbances a year. Not every disturbance will be the next typhoon. But you listen to some of these social media pages and they will say, new storm forming.
Yeah.
It's not even a storm, it's a disturbance.
Yeah.
And so we have to counter that. Typically, when we see these sub-low rated disturbances by JTWC, we don't talk about it. We don't give it a number. It's got a number assigned, but it's not on the public page. We're talking about showers and thunderstorms in Micronesia. But some of these social media pages are saying next storm is forming, and it's a sub-low, meaning development's not expected. But because Zoom Earth is showing these sub-low disturbances, people have access to it, where just a couple years ago, people didn't have access to it. So now we also have to be in that communications game, and that's my role really since the 2010s. If the community is talking about weather, we have to be in that discussion from the Weather Service, if not guiding and leading that conversation, because when we don't have a voice in the talk, misinformation spreads. And we saw so much of that after Sinlaku. And like I told to the media, it's like normally we wouldn't be talking about this. But because of the hype, the speculation, the rumors, the panic, the PTSD that's going on after U2, Sinlaku, and Mawar, yeah, we're forced to talk about it.
It's so interesting because during Mawar there was such an egregious lack of information.
Yeah.
It was dead around here during Mawar.
Correct.
We couldn't even get on the air, and when we could get on the air, we were challenged about being on the air.
Yeah.
So, if you remember, now we're in an overload crisis, I think, and so it is as it is with everything, even in the world order of communication. This seems like you're going, oh, really? Weather? You guys are all freaking out and having a whole show about weather and misinformation. Well, weather and misinformation is exactly the recipe that will flood your house. Yeah,
it's a big thing, and I even commented on one guy on the Daily Post on their Facebook page, and he said, "I'm so tired of hearing about this guy." And I said, I'm tired of talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
I responded right back to him.
Yeah.
But I was like, you know what? We're tired of talking about weather.
Sure. Well, of
course.
It's
a job, but
it is your job, but I think that it has to be remembered that there are also other assets of the National Weather Service on Guam. It's kind of like the Guam Election Commission.
Correct.
It's like the one big typhoon comes every 2 years, and from then until that big typhoon, all you're doing is preparing for that big typhoon.
Yeah, and people say you're such a negative person. I'm like, well, that's kind of my job, not to be negative. But when I gave my speech on Saturday at the CFALAX graduation, I mentioned that I'm the weather forecaster, and we can have 2 weeks of great weather, but my message is always one of preparedness for the uncertainties. If you have 3 months of sunny, fair weather, that's great, right? But problems can come from that.
Sure.
Water shortages, drought, wildfire potential, and we see that across Micronesia even after 5 or 6 days of dryness. And so we always have to look at that preparedness aspect, but enjoy the great weather in the meantime.
Yeah, you're not going to like me while I'm here telling you about it, but you're going to hate me when I'm not here telling you about it, right?
Yeah.
But the other assets, definitely. There are still people who live in the islands that don't understand what tropics looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you come from a place where you have 4 seasons and that is so predictable as Mother Nature provides,
Textbook.
over here it's textbook. Yeah, over here, the first phenomenon you see is it's raining across the street while you're sunbathing in clear skies. That's a freaky moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's like yesterday we had a sunny, or we had cloudy and showers and thunderstorms in the forecast, and it did not pan out. So we did have to do an update around midday for that. Today's forecast is sunnier and drier, but yet we have more clouds and showers outside. And so it's one of those tricky situations right now. We have what's called the tut cell. And I talk about that every so often. Around May to September, we have these tropical upper tropospheric troughs, upper level disturbance in the atmosphere. We don't see it and feel it at the surface, but it's a broad circulation up in the atmosphere, and it's sitting right over the Mariana Islands right now. We're kind of in a dry spot of that, but just to our east, there's a whole lot more moisture all up in the atmosphere. And once that comes over us, it could get a little bit more humid later today. And it's one of those wild cards. When you have those tut cells, it can inhibit or enhance local weather. And that's where it's very tricky when those features are nearby with something at the surface. You can see sunny skies, but scattered showers and thunderstorms all at the same time.
It's weird because if you've ever been on an airplane and it's cloudy and it's raining and there's dark clouds all over the place, and then you break through the clouds and you get to sunny skies.
Boom.
Suddenly it's like perfect weather, right?
Yeah, we can
above
see
the
that
clouds.
with these tut situations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We were flying, I remember it was Hawaii or one of those states. I think it was San Francisco, actually. We were flying over the clouds, and there was this one cloud that literally looked like this, but the whole bottom part was black, and it was just storming on this one area.
Yeah.
From the sky, it looks like this, but it's a larger thing, and literally 3 miles away.
It's fair. Yeah.
So, I think that what people have to maybe educate themselves on is that it's not zeroed in on this one concentrated bubble that you live in.
Yeah.
There's a whole atmosphere.
It's not
out there.
all or nothing. It's a lot of variables, a lot of variation. And on the one hand, forecasting in Guam is one of the easiest places of the Weather Service nationwide.
Is it?
To some degree.
Well,
But on
it
the
is
other
because-
hand, it's one of the most complicated, difficult, frustrating areas because it's so variable.
All right, let's go through the variables.
Yeah.
Like, so when
Tropics, moisture's everywhere. We
Okay.
say isolated showers. Oh, it's been isolating showers over my house for 4 hours today, but 2 miles down the street, nothing. And we
Okay.
see that. We see
That's why
isolated
it's
showers.
isolated, yeah.
Yeah, we see isolated showers when we have the island effect convection during a light wind day. It can
Mhm.
have flash floods in parts of Guam, and the rest of Guam could be sunny and dry the entire day.
Right.
And so that's where I tell people, don't look at just our forecasts. Read our discussion because we provide more detail about the forecasts, what's going on, what's the environment, and because those isolated showers on one day can be profoundly different on another day.
So then this has also changed, this science, since when you probably graduated from college or had been studying this, right? There is something, there's stuff in the universe. And I'm not talking weird stuff. I'm
Aliens.
just talking about aliens, yeah. But the universe is changing because globally we're changing and our climate is changing.
Yeah.
And so we might have more people who are up to date on this weather. It's not so much as leaning over your neighbor's fence and going, boy, what a lovely day. And it stays lovely all day, right?
Yeah.
We've got climate change that we're
Yeah.
dealing with, and that is scientific. And that's something that
Correct.
it's scientific and it's political.
Yeah, and that's why I hate politics. It's weather needs the weather and take the politics out of it. I think as far as politicians are concerned, fund the research. And if you have a political view of something that, oh, this isn't happening or this is happening, provide the funds to guide the Science Foundation and the research to support or deny your claim. And I think that's where
It
the
sounds
politics
pretty
should
simple,
be. And regarding your neighbor's view of this weather is lovely, it's perspective. My
Sure.
lovely might be different from yours.
Well, true, because
I'm a junkie.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, the politics needs to step out of the political games of weather forecasting and research, but support the research. And I say that for people who deny climate change as well as support climate change. If you have an opinion, do the research, study it, and let those results back up your claim or deny it. That's science.
Yeah, and this is not something we haven't been watching when they start to talk about gas emissions from back in the day, right? The politics of it isn't that one person believes it and they're in charge and another person who's not in charge of it. No, it's money. It comes
Yeah.
down to
There's
the
a lot of money.
fuels. It
Yeah.
comes down to the biodiversity of these fuels that we're using and who gains to profit from it. So if these big corporations come in and they're contributing heavily to a politician's campaign, that guy's going to sign on to whatever it is they're saying, whether they believe it or not.
And that's unfortunate.
Exactly.
I
So
hate
the
that
influence,
happens.
but that is what's happening, right?
Correct.
So the influence of that politician in making policy for the entire country becomes the standard of running down a path that, oh my God, we're just running into ourselves right into a storm.
Yeah.
And we're not prepared for it. And so it's the whole of humanity becomes at risk. And I know that sounds melodramatic, but it is dramatic.
Yeah.
We are seeing how dramatic it is.
And that's my takeaway message is we are seeing these trends and the observations, the data, the support for warming oceans, warming climate, warming atmosphere. What does it mean? Take away the political talking points, but focus on the science and the research. But I tell people, regardless of what the research, the science, the climate trends are, typhoons are a way of life here. They will continue to happen. A lot of the recent research indicates with the warming climate that we'll have fewer typhoons here, not more.
Right.
And so that goes into contrast with some of the talking points out there. But a lot of the research shows fewer typhoons for our region in a warming climate, but the ones that do form could be stronger and more prone to rapid intensification.
I want to talk about the relativity of all of that. We're going to take a break here, but I do want to sort of go back to Senlaku, where we up to a minute were in the zone, and then within a second we were out of the zone. And these winds that were supposed to tear us apart instead moved north and tore them apart in such a quick turnaround.
Correct.
That we had no chance to assess what was really happening. Because it was in the middle of the night here, right?
Yeah.
So by the time we woke up, it was still happening, which is also another unusual situation. I want to kind of break down Tsinlaku. I guarantee you, I know it doesn't sound like it's sexy, but if you stick with us, I'm pretty sure you'll find there's a sexy moment in there for you too. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mario Cotto. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
At GTA, there's no fine print favorites, no new customers only, no almost everyone, because everyone gets our best deal. Right now, sign up for any unlimited plan and get up to $400 off a premium smartphone. Yep, same deal, same savings. No hoops, no hassle. Switch, upgrade, or start fresh. No matter how you join, you win. Come into GTA today because the best deal, it's for everyone. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Hungry and don't want to break the bank? Chili's has you covered. Starting at $12.99, enjoy Chili's new and improved 3 for Me meal deal. That's a starter, an entree, and a drink. Mix and match combos like chips and salsa, an old timer with cheese, and an ice cold Coke. So many options to choose from, you might need to come back just to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
The road to Adelup is here. And this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Toriz Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
8:36 in the morning. So I wanted to ask you about the miles of difference that seems so short of us, like the sky is falling Guam, and Saipan's gonna get the worst of it, and then it reversing.
Yeah, when we were looking at Senlaku and its approach to the islands, Guam, Rototini, and Saipan all were within that cone of uncertainty, all the way up until the very last couple advisories at passage, which means that 66% of the time that tropical cyclone, the center of that storm, will pass within that cone. And so Saipan and Tinian were on the northern edge of that cone from the very start of our forecast. And that's the ultimate passage it had. Guam was always in that, but the track started shifting northward. We saw that with Mawar, that right up, I think it was Wednesday morning when Mawar was making its final approach. We were anticipating a southern Guam passage, but as we were watching it in the radar data, that storm was tracking ever so gradually north of the forecast track. And at that point, it was a waiting game. Is it going to be central Guam, northern Guam, or the Rota Channel? And then it started making that turn. And so tropical cyclones, when they move, they see kind of a trochoidal passage like that. But the overall trend is holding steady. And so we see that a little bit of times, and that little bit of a swirl did put it over northern Guam with Mawar. But we're talking about a matter of 15 miles difference. Not much.
Yeah, it isn't much, but talk about high stress. I mean,
Yeah.
it was pretty high stress.
Oh, it's going to be very high stress.
It was very high stress. I can only imagine from here. I think that we had a record number of views on that day for this show because it stalled.
Yeah. And
to the bitter end, it stalled.
It stalled, and it was shifting northward, which was great for Guam. But due to the size and expanse of that storm, we all felt it. It wasn't just relegated to Saipan and Tinian, but we felt it. Strong tropical storm force conditions here, solid for almost 2 days.
Yeah.
And so we had that.
Yeah,
but
we all
so
woke
much
up.
more.
Typically when we wake up from a storm, that happens overnight. The birds are chirping the next morning, and it's hot in the hell because the power's still out. But it was like, wait a second.
We still had the breeze.
We still had the breeze going.
And so every storm is different. And I tell people, don't dismiss a storm based on its intensity, its impacts, because you had a category 4 or 5 in the past. Well, it's in the category 1. We're not going to be worried about it. Well, the impacts could be vastly different. Brandon and I, we were going through one of the valleys on the northeastern side of Saipan. And once we got down into the cut, you could almost look and see there was no typhoon there. The jungle was lush green. The power lines were still up on the poles. Everything looked untouched. But as soon as you come around a corner, everything's brown thrash, no leaves, no power lines standing, poles are all down. And we're talking about within a third of a mile distance.
Well, also it depends, like you say, preparation is one thing, but infrastructure is another. What happened to us was we scathed by. Saipan hit badly. But when you go into the Federation of States of Micronesia, and you see what happened to Chuuk.
Heartbreaking there, my gosh. And they didn't deal with the full brunt of a typhoon. They were dealing with only tropical depression, tropical storm force conditions for 3 days. It was meandering in northern Chuuk State and the Carolina Islands for 3 days. And we're talking about tropical depression, tropical storm. Most of us would write that off as, who cares about that? But these islands, those atolls, they are so vulnerable to those conditions, especially the wood and tin structures. And I don't think they've had a hit since Wu Tip in February 2019. Significant impacts and 9 lives lost. And it wrecked most of Chuuk State. And it's heartbreaking to see the conditions out there, their infrastructure, the hospital, the schools, so many schools damaged or destroyed. And this was only from a developing tropical depression, tropical storm.
You can only imagine if the worst had actually happened like I did in Saipan.
They would... I would hate to say that if they had the peak conditions of Senlaku, some of those islands would be wiped off the map.
and then again goes to the political framework of what we're talking about. These islands that get completely inundated and suffer just on the slightest part of this incident, right, of the same name. They didn't even get the brunt of it. Like you said, they only had tropical storm force winds. there are islands all over this in this area where they have been inundated all the time. They've wiped out populations of people seeking higher ground, and higher ground is us, right?
Correct.
Still westernized and still the U.S.
I do want to warn listeners that every time we talk about a tropical storm or a typhoon or something developing Chuuk and Pohnpei and Coast Ray, it's not guaranteed to come our way.
Yeah.
It could go very much due west into Yap and Palau, and we've seen that several times already this year. So don't think that when we talk about a disturbance or depression in Chuuk and Pohnpei, oh my gosh, here it comes. Know the track and the forecast in our communications, but I'm doing a lot of work with DECOM out of the FSM, and we're going to be having some discussions in the coming weeks. I've been pushing really hard for some high-level meetings and discussions to make sure that all the agencies are communicating to each other, that the preparedness is maximized, because with the busier outlook for the year ahead, we could see some impacts across the FSM, and they need to be ready whatever happens.
Whatever ready means. You're only as good as the funding that you have given to you. So there's got to be some study out there, if you know of any study that talks about the climate of the tropics and all that comes with it, the good and the bad, the beautiful the beautiful sunsets and the waves and the ocean surfing and that lifestyle, and then the social climate of what's happening. In the islands, when you're battered constantly and it threatens your livelihood and it threatens your home, that's got to do something to us socially or psychologically. Is there anything, to constantly be battered by weather creates another type of human, doesn't it? And it depends on where you live, like in Alaska.
Hopefully you're a whole lot more resilient.
Yeah, true. So if you live in out there in the tundra, that's a whole nother state.
Those are hardcore people up there in northern
exactly.
Canada and the Arctic Circle. My gosh, I cannot imagine that.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot easier for us
down
here.
Do you ever learn about that, though? I mean, the societal pressures or the psychological?
Very little. They're very strong-willed. And from what I've heard from my counterpart that works in Anchorage, Alaska, my counterpart WCM up there, he says these people are strong-willed and they wouldn't live anywhere else. That's home.
Well, and so I guess that we sort of morph into that type of people.
You morph into your region. You're used to what you're used to. And I remember when I lived in Oklahoma City before moving to Guam, I told some people I met, I said, I don't know how you can stand to live here with the anticipation that tornado seasons every year, and that tornado is going to either get your house and destroy everything you've accumulated and worked for all your life, or your neighbor's house. You never know. And they said, well, we don't know how you could stand to live in the Outer Banks with the hurricanes.
At least we have notice.
Yeah.
Right? We have.
It's all about perspective.
Exactly. And our technology allows us. These things are I mean, clearly there's a tornado season, so you know what to expect.
Yeah.
But they're not building homes that are made to withstand 500-mile-an-hour winds. They're building sticks and stones.
Yeah.
And then they're hoping to get underground, right?
Yeah.
That's the fortification is
I
underground.
was planning to live in Oklahoma. I did not have planned to come out here. I was waiting for my boss to get up with me with a job offer if I got accepted. But if I didn't get the job, I was going to stay in Oklahoma with that former job. And all the homes were wooden, vinyl, with maybe a storm shelter or a storm closet or underground bunker. I was like, why make just a closet concrete? Why not make the whole house concrete?
Yeah.
And that was my plan.
And it's the expense. It's the expense,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's just that would be a fashionable home if you had that.
Yeah.
Well, I like how you guys, all of the National Weather Service, and it's not just you and Brandon, because I've been here longer, to appreciate people like Paul Stanko,
Yep.
right? To appreciate people like Mike Middleton,
Yep.
and to have these voices in our ear over the past 30 years.
The long timers.
The long timers. I mean, and they bring the institutional. You could see, because their tone and their mood is consistent. It's kind of like we can't get on the radio and start screaming that the sky is falling any more than that a forecaster can come on the radio during a report and say, "Run for your lives!"
Yeah.
Right? So there's definitely a personality. There's a decorum.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole feature going on. And so I appreciate that you're also very all-inclusive. The fact that you guys do what you do, I know that maybe some stations thought it was not a good idea, but to have the voice of consistency and the voice of truth on weather on
Correct.
the radio station every morning, I think is comforting. So
Yeah, I think it's so important just to have that stake in the foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I actually, Dice, I asked him, I
Yes,
sort of
ma'am.
sent him Riley's resume just to check what because he's computer science.
I've not
engineer.
heard back from Riley, but
Yeah.
I had another guy from Penn State University. He's on island for the summer, from North Carolina actually. Moved here right before Mawar, fell in love with weather after Mawar, and is going to school for meteorology. And
Wow.
so he was coming for an internship. Unfortunately, the process is complicated.
Yeah,
So
and that's
for
probably
Riley,
why.
if Riley is interested,
I know.
hit me up
Okay.
maybe March, April next year.
Okay.
Because
All
it
right.
takes about 4 to 6 weeks of processing and
Yeah.
a lot of paperwork.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And
But I know the process now.
Yeah, you do know the process, and I'm glad that you even offered him to be able to do this internship for free. And it wasn't even that. And I told you, he's not too good of a kid or experienced enough. He's straight out of high school,
Yeah.
and he's heading into college, so no job is beneath him, obviously. But he's got a very short
Well, we're
period
bottom
of
rung
time.
at the weather
Yeah,
service.
yeah, I know. But he did have a couple of other offers that he's entertaining.
Good.
But however that's going to go. And to Steve's question, he's asking how Riley's going.
How's he adjusting to Guam?
He was born here.
Okay.
And he stayed here until he was about 12.
Right
so,
on.
11 or 12. So, this is old home for him. He's got his old bedroom. He's in there. He's doing his thing. I've taken him out at something every single day. I'm entertaining somebody in between high school and college. That's normally in my day in 1977. You couldn't find me at home.
Yeah.
On my way out of school.
Well, you couldn't
from
find me
here.
at home either in
Yeah.
1976.
Yeah, exactly. I was not home for the summer. I
wasn't born for the summer.
I was gallivanting and making that little gap summertime between then and going to college the best. So
Someone is also asking if we can get Landon's not weather predictions, but the NBA Finals predictions.
Oh gosh. I'll write him down.
I'm gonna go. I know he's a Knicks boy because he's from Jersey.
He's a Knicks guy.
Okay,
He's
so
a
I
Knicks
got the
guy.
results written on my paper.
Here we go. Can we get some of that? We need a prediction. Here we
I'm
go.
more interested in the Carolina Hurricanes right now.
Are you?
If
Are
y'all
you?
are watching Carolina
have you been
Hurricanes
watching?
hockey,
Yeah.
I used to work for them.
Oh,
And 20 years ago, when they made their run for the Stanley Cup, they won the Stanley Cup. I was working for the Carolina Hurricanes.
Wow, no one. See, now Brandon was saying that he was over there
Yeah.
and it was hockey season. I said, careful, those pucks will shoot your mouth.
He was
out.
going to
Your
go to a
teeth
game,
out.
but it's too expensive. It's like way
bro.
expensive now.
Well, it's more expensive to go to a Knicks game, so there's that.
I still have the championship ring. I don't know where it is. I was trying to look for it the other day. It's somewhere in my house.
Oh wow, that is so
Yeah.
cool.
That's great.
I'm going for the Knicks because I have a
Okay.
feeling if they don't win, they'll
All right.
burn the town down. And I was planning on a New York City Christmas
on.
vacation. So.
Hey, there we go.
So with that, we
Okay.
have this tribute to give for you.
A tribute.
This is a tribute that I have. I'm a songwriter now. I'm a songwriter, and so I've.
What
spent
key is
pretty-
it in?
That would be the key of L.
It's going to be low
The
key.
key-
Is what we're
Yeah.
doing. We're keeping it
Hey.
low key. Let's go, Patty.
The key of L for Landon, and here we go. And this is just a song I wrote. Just a little ditty just for you. I don't know why it's not playing, because this is my life right now. Well, I'm working on it. I clearly have got some issues happening with my. Okay,
See that 2-second soundbite? I have issues.
this is called Stormy Night Comfort.
Is this with or without power?
These are analog machines, instruments.
Is this you singing? Brass.
Oh my God! Can you even hear the lyrics? Can you hear the lyrics?
I'm
They're so bad. Well, they're so bad.
I
but
got
they're
bits
so,
and pieces
I like
of
what
it.
I
think it was like saving us from bad weather. I got some of it. Saving us. I got some of it.
The lyrics are basically, they're very kind. Actually, say you're always in tune with the weather. People think that you live in the clouds, but your feet are on the ground with the rest of us. Your dedication to the science has saved many lives and led us life-saving decisions. But throwing your back into it wasn't made to be literal.
It's back-breaking work.
One half of a dinga. Just know we'd rather take two than just one bald head. Yeah, I'm almost done. In the end, this gives us comfort knowing that's it. That's my creation.
What's that last word?
When we lay our heads in a stormy night in bed.
This is what I thought. A stormy night in bed. It sounds kind of.
Kind of a little personal, Patty. I mean, it's not that kind of show, but you get the idea. I'm going to send this to you. You asked for an opera.
If you can get Norman Babbia to get that performed somewhere.
Oh my God, would that be funny? He could pull it off too.
He could do it.
Where is he anyway? He's still around?
I think he's still at St. Anthony's.
Oh, is he
St.
there?
John's School, I mean. St. John's.
You know, Norman actually was doing music at the now defunct, shuttered St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic School.
Okay.
To which my son attended. And in the first year, he said, "You're a bass kid." And so he came, I picked him up from school and he goes, "Yeah, you told me I'm a bass kid." We went out and bought the kid a bass that day. Went out, got him a bass, got him an amp. He played the bass and he just absolutely loved it. And then he said, "Can you buy me a violin?" So we went and got him a violin and he played that for a little while. Because every day that I left the house when he was a young boy, I'd say, "Okay, I'll see you guys later." And he'd go, "Buy me a trombone." Every day as a child.
Norman
said,
is awesome. Ever since I met him when I was doing public affairs for the music festival years ago, he's a great guy. And actually, he invited Brandon and me to the Sinlaku fundraiser at the church down in Tumon. And so it was great to see him. And just the work and his dedication to the island is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I'm glad to see that he's still in there. And not, Landon's other life. And he's not married. He doesn't have any children. So he has no time. I mean, he has no time for any of that junk. He's only got time for weather and music.
I got other junk.
Yeah, you got the junk weather. But you only have time. I mean, between that and your only extracurricular activities is building these incredible structures.
And we got a big project lined up this year. It's going to be the 9/11 25th anniversary. And so we want to honor our first responders. We've got towers scaled to 25 feet. So we did the twins back in 2023, but they were 17 feet. We're going to, since then, I've been wanting to do the 25th. So we've got it scaled to 25 feet for the spire. So the buildings will be about 21 feet each, and then a 4-foot spire on the north tower. But we're going to be focusing on several key causes. Hunger Action Month, which is September, with the annual Cans for Humanity food driving collection effort, but then also National Preparedness Month. And so we're going to be partnering with Homeland Security and maybe a couple of other organizations to focus on preparedness overall as an island. So we have events lined up, planned at the Micronesia Mall. So we need the airspace. So we're going to be at the Micronesia Mall for this one.
This time, yeah.
And it's going to be our biggest project. So Brandon's in the States now on vacation, and he's going to be bringing back several thousand more logs, and I might make a trip over for a few more thousand.
How does he carry those logs?
With his hands.
Such a skilled guy.
Well, as I understand it, with United and his status, he's allotted 3 70-pound bags for himself and those traveling with him, which is Shirley and Liam. Right. So that's a lot of manpower right there. So that's a combined 9 bags at 630 pounds. So he's got this.
9 bags at 630 pounds?
Total.
Wow.
So if
someone's
he can't,
paying something.
Well, it's free.
Well, I mean, the pound, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't have to be up to 70 pounds?
Yeah, each bag can be 70 pounds, 3 bags.
Yeah.
So that's 210 pounds for him, 210 for Shirley, and 210 for little Liam. I know he can do it.
Okay, yeah. Liam will figure it out.
So no excuses. I'm not taking excuses.
Well, that's actually, you're right. A lot of the manpower is right there, but they're not lugging the bags. United is. It's those poor baggage. It's a poor baggage handlers that have to deal with that.
I think it's probably closer to 100 pounds of logs. So
Mm.
I won't accept any excuses from Brendan.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
He better have this.
Yeah, you had one job, bro. One job.
But we're going to have a big project. We're going to put out a press release late July, early August, and we're working out some of the finer plans and details. And it's going to be a big project, and we hope to bring honor to the people who lost their lives and also first responders and get the islands involved in so many different ways and aspects of this volunteer and movement.
Yeah. That changed the world in every facet of human existence. I mean, that one day changed the world. And so everything that we're doing now is because of that. All of these things that have happened.
So
about
many
security.
changes. And I think on the Lincoln log front, the guy that held the world record for the tallest tower before us, he's actually one of the chief architects at Ground Zero.
Oh, dang.
And one of his firm's projects is a new World Trade Center 2 tower that just is breaking ground and should be completed around 2030, 2031.
Where at?
That'll be right there in Ground Zero.
It'll still. I mean, they're going to fill that hole.
No, they're not going to fill the holes where the towers stood, but they have one big opening for that next Trade Center tower, and that's been in the works for a number of years.
Is it going to look like this one?
No, it's going to be a whole different design. It's going to be a beautiful tower. It won't be as tall as the World Trade Center 1. That's at 1,776 feet with a spire. This one's going to be a little bit shorter, and the goal of the whole World Trade Center complex is all the towers line up to World Trade Center 1. And so they're going to keep the Ground Zero Memorial and the pits there. That's going to be forever. But then the new Ground Zero complex, the World Trade Center complex, is around that.
So your project is going to do just the North Tower. You're not
Twin
doing,
towers.
Oh,
Both.
you're going to do both of it.
Yep.
Well, that's aggressive.
So I've been
Okay.
trying to. We did a project at Anderson Elementary School for a month of the military child a few months ago, and I used that tower. We didn't have a set design, but I wanted to do a test tower to build out the building strategy and style for our twins to make sure we had the blocks. The initial plan, we had to scale it down an inch and run numbers. That was still outside of what we had allotted. We would need to buy 60,000 more logs. and that's
Do you
a lot
do
of money.
electricity running through there for lighting? Or do
LED
you-
Christmas lights.
Oh, okay. That's simple.
We don't have plumbing either.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to ask about that part of it. Yeah,
But,
running water. Yeah.
I got some plans scaled out. We're going to come up with 21-foot towers, and then we're going to put the 4-foot spire in the north, and that's going to be a 25-foot span. And I think with a couple of little modifications from my findings at Anderson Elementary School, we can modify some of the blocks and strategy, and we'll come out right with our inventory with the new 8,000 blocks we're
Those
bringing
kids
in.
are going to love being a part of this one.
So-
At least watching that come to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to take about, we're estimating up to 11, 12 days of building, 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
But we had some building strategy up in Anderson, and I think I might have a plan that could cut it down to 7 or 8 days. But that really depends on having a solid volunteer force. So we need an army of volunteers.
Well,
but
let
I
me
think
know
we can block
when
it.
you need that show, and we'll do that one for you as well. But it's
Yeah.
always, man, brother, let me shake your hand. Thank you so much, my man, for coming. That's Landon Idler, one of our favorite of the many people who make the National Weather Service, do its thing, at least on our show, every single morning, every single hour on Mornings with Patti, which has come to its bitter end, my love. Would you like me
Bitter.
to play your song again? Would you want me to play your song again?
I'm good. I'm good. That's okay.
You don't like my,
I'm
you don't like
all
my
right.
writing abilities?
It's okay.
You don't
I
like my
think-
voice? Okay.
Ooh,
fine.
yeah, it's
You
good.
don't like
It's
my
good.
lyrics?
I want to hear it
love
live.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
good. It's good.
I
It's
just
good.
wanted
Thank
you all to know that I do
appreciate the
have the talent.
serenading
Also,
this
I'm
morning.
so tired being a talk show host and a songwriter.
Can you do a Tower for Humanity
Song?
make it a theme song, but like kind of a rock band?
Hey, there
Okay,
we go.
I got you.
There we, oh,
I was
gosh,
writing
you just
those
had to
lyrics, by
ask
the way, while I
Landon.
was talking to
God.
Landon. So I was
You
also
had to ask.
multitasking. I have my priorities on this show. Well, like I said, we are Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti. It's 9 o'clock, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We're going to be talking to our folks from Vet Talk. They'll
Yes,
be in here
ma'am.
pretty soon. Paulie this afternoon doing his thing here and there from 2 until 6. But Dice is doing
Yes,
her
ma'am.
thing all the time, every day, from 2 to 6 on Power 98. Go run across the street and hear her over there.
Love it.
Right now, we're going to go ahead and take our break for the rest of the day. We'll come back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump is blaming Iran for downing an Army helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. On social media, he said the U.S. must respond to the attack. The president also said 2 Army aviators who were aboard the Apache attack helicopter when it went down are safe and uninjured. This is Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
I hope that the steps the administration has taken, our war planners are taking, continue to make headway toward ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear capability, and that in the near term, at least, as they plan around ensuring that doesn't happen, that we do everything we can to get the Strait of Hormuz open.
A teenager in Texas, Carmelo Anthony, who prosecutors say provoked an athlete from a rival team before fatally stabbing him at a high school track meet, has been found guilty of murder. Lala Bryan was outside court.
There's no guilt. The young boy, his reaction after the incident, he cried. His family is upset for the loss of the Metcalf son. So it's not, it wasn't intentional at all.
Anthony is black. The victim, Austin Metcalf, was white. Stadium workers near Los Angeles say they have reached a tentative contract deal with wage hikes and labor protections, averting a strike ahead of the U.S. men's soccer team's opening World Cup match Friday. Union co-president Steve Peterson says these workers will be making more money and they retain the right to strike in case of an immigration raid at work.
The reality is that immigrant workers across Los Angeles are living in fear. Families are being separated. Workers are being kidnapped off the streets of Los Angeles. These workers behind me made a decision. They said an injury to one is an injury to all.
There will be 8 World Cup matches at SoFi Stadium. Stocks are lower at the close. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. There will be a new ingredient in the mix for sunscreen.
Federal health regulators have signed off on the first new sunscreen ingredient for the U.S. market in more than 25 years, giving Americans access to a skin-protecting chemical long used in Europe. The FDA says the chemical, bimotrizonol, meets the agency's standards for protecting from dangerous sun rays while causing little irritation. Experts say bimotrizonol will fill an important niche in the U.S. market, protecting against both ultraviolet A and B rays, while not leaving white streaks associated with mineral-based sunscreens. It will initially be sold in the U.S. under the brand name Parsol Shield. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A violent crackdown by Afghan authorities on demonstrators in western Afghanistan has left at least 3 people injured. They were protesting the arrest and detention of more than a dozen women over dress code violations. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. Cuba's ambassador to the U.S. says the Trump administration's latest moves against Cuba's government are maneuvering for something more aggressive. AP diplomatic correspondent Matt Lee.
They see the sanctions that were imposed on the Cuban president and other top members of the government last week, along with the indictment of the former president, Raul Castro, as being pretexts. They believe that the Trump administration is trying to prepare the U.S. public for some kind of military intervention, which they absolutely think is unnecessary and they don't want. The Cubans don't want.
Elsewhere, President Trump says Iran was responsible for shooting down a U.S. military helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. must respond.
A drone boat rescued the crew of the Apache attack helicopter that crashed. The president said they were not injured. Military officials did not say what caused the helicopter to go down, saying the crash was under investigation. Before he accused Iran of downing the U.S. helicopter, President Trump had expressed renewed optimism over negotiations with Iran, saying they were close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal. I'm Ed Don.
Oil prices fell today. Brent crude down 3%, settling at $91.45 per barrel. AAA puts the nationwide average for gasoline just above $4.16. On Wall Street, AI stocks swung lower, and that dragged down the broader indexes. The Nasdaq shed nearly a full 1%. The S&P lost 0.3%, but the Dow rose 86 points. Home sales surged last month to the fastest pace since December. The National Association of Realtors reports existing home sales rose 3.2%. The national median sales price increased to more than $429,000. This is AP News. The NBA Finals are proving dramatic, and the stars have been in the stands as well as on the court. That included President Trump, who's blowing off an unwelcome reception at last night's Game 3.
When the Madison Square Garden crowd saw the president on the jumbo screens, there were loud boos. That's not the way he heard it.
It was, I think, mostly cheers.
The cheers came when the image switched to the American flag, and then the Knicks, who were trying to win their first home finals game in 27 years. But Victor Wembanyama's Spurs won to avoid going down 3-0. No team had ever come back from that in the finals.
It really shows what teams are made of.
The Knicks lost for the first time in 46 days. Game 4 is tomorrow in New York, and their fans are ready.
I am very optimistic. Knicks in 5.
I'm Sagar Meghani.
There's more news at apnews.com.
What we wish to protect. Our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson stated, "Knowledge is power, knowledge is safety, knowledge is happiness, and the cost of ignorance is extraordinary." Read it, study it, cherish it, wield the power granted by the United States Constitution, because the power of knowledge is just as extraordinary. Do you wield the power?
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Reason High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme, Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
Under the Constitution, America is a republic.
The First Amendment secures our ability to change our political laws by protecting our rights to religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. We're the only country born from the idea that people must be free to pursue their happiness, uninhibited by the government. This has kept us as one nation under God through 2.5 centuries of peaceful transition of power. The United States are at the top of the world today, but the graveyard of history is full of the remains of once mighty empires. Will our republic degenerate into an oligarchy, as Rome did 2,000 years ago? Or is the best yet to come for the land of the free? Jefferson warned how easy it is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. This process is not unstoppable. The future of America depends on our support for the principles of the Constitution. It's an American thing.
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
It's time to open up the pantry and add some serious kick to your cooking. Welcome to a very flavorful edition of the National Day Spotlight for June 10th.
While we celebrate National Herbs and Spices Day by elevating our favorite meals, one of our favorite culinary sensations was actually engineered as a biological weapon. Chili peppers naturally produce a chemical compound called capsaicin, which triggers an intense burning sensation when consumed. In the wild, plants develop this chemical defense mechanism specifically to deter mammals from eating their pods and crushing their seeds. However, the evolutionary trick completely backfired when it came to humans. Instead of avoiding the pain, our ancestors fell in love with the fiery chemical reaction. What was meant to be a poisonous warning label became the foundational ingredient for global cuisine, proving humans will happily eat a plant's defenses just for the thrill.
I'm not a huge fan of really hot food. Yes. A little kick is fine, but the really hot, no. But I do know that this works because my brother plants hot peppers between their flowers.
Okay.
And nothing eats them.
Really?
They
Interesting.
grow and are beautiful.
That's a great idea.
Yes. We are also celebrating National Iced Tea Day and National Egg Roll Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
What are we doing here? Justin Timberlake, or are we doing Marvin Gaye?
Girl,
Does that not
what?
sound the beginning of that song?
It's a combination of both, actually. I don't know what this is. What is this?
Hey, it just says Raul to me.
Yes, it does. I trust him. If it's from Raul, I trust him.
I totally trust him.
I trust him. Because I trust him, and I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, all right, we're good. All right, where are we at?
Well, first of all,
Welcome
there's two
back.
things. Shut up.
It's okay.
I hate you.
It's okay. I love this job. I absolutely.
It took Landon a minute to get out of the building because he was still upside down laughing.
I love this job, man. I swear. This is the best. This is the best.
Okay, now there's two things that could have happened there.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
You could have been a complete jerk.
Nah.
You would have been a complete jerk and let me go.
Right.
Or you could have been like the way you were, which is a really nice person, by allowing it to happen while stressing out what you were going to play next.
What am I doing?
In case you didn't know, I literally signed off on the show at 9 o'clock. I just like, okay, bye. And I gathered all my things. I'm standing here, and I got worried because I didn't see Uncle Johnny and Auntie Bobby out there, and they're normally there by 10. So I'm looking, and I'm like, oh, my God. And the first thing I was thinking is, we're always thinking, where are they? I don't want anything to happen to them, right? So I'm like, oh, my God, they're not here. And then she looks at me, deadpan, and she goes, it's 9:03.
They're not here yet. Uncle Johnny's still fishing. It's not time yet.
She's in the
what
shower.
Are we doing? Auntie Bobby's showering. Uncle Johnny's fishing. It is not their time.
Landon just had a moment. I guess he figured out how
I love Landon.
how awkward that was for me.
I
I ended the show with confidence.
You did.
I'm like, catch Paula this afternoon and go across the street and get. I said goodbye. I said goodbye.
Have a great rest of your day.
I was already finding out what I was going to do for lunch.
I know. I've got to find something. I'm like, dude, what do I play? I was like,
that was so sweet because I'd have been yelling at you.
Hey, dude,
I'd have been yelling. I was like, girl, you are not leaving me in here with no.
Hey, dude, I swear.
No programs.
I got you. Backup plan. It's all right. It's
That was
okay.
so
We
funny.
got one more hour, and we're halfway through it, so it's okay, Patty. And we got all these Father's Day gifts that we still have to give out, by the way.
Let's do it.
We learned yesterday 26 years before marriage. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We learned yesterday on that. So we got Roots Grill House, we got Proline, we got AutoWorks, we got Jollibee. So which direction do you want to go this morning, and how would you like to give these fantastic prizes
Spin the
out?
wheel.
Spin. I don't have a wheel. What am I don't
know
have a
that.
wheel. Let me see.
Grab a prize.
Grab. I love my job.
Mm-hmm.
This is too much fun. All right, Patty, which direction are we really going this morning, okay? Because you got some prizes.
Just give me a prize.
All right, let's go. You want? Why don't we bundle them? Yeah.
Okay, can we do that?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Why don't we bundle them up?
Okay.
Right? That way when they're driving down here, it'll be
Worth the time. Okay.
All right, is that cool?
I'm down for whatever you're down for.
So let's do that direction, all right?
Okay.
Let's go. Winners yesterday, congratulations going out to Mr. Mandiola and his lovely wife.
That was very fun.
That was a lot of fun, and they are a great couple, and I'm all about their relationship goals. So we got Jollibee. You want $20 on Jollibee?
20. Hey?
You want that? $20?
Sure.
Let's go. $20 on Jollibee, and we'll go $20 off on Roots Grill House. How about that?
Oh, that sounds
So that's
great.
$40. $40. All right, we're gonna throw $40
Absolutely.
on the line, okay?
Now we're questioning fathers, right? I mean,
Fathers.
the fathers got to win this for themselves.
Mhm.
I make it
Okay.
easier on the ladies because they got a lot.
Right.
They got a lot going on.
That's okay.
Men too. I'm not. Hey, it's nothing about that.
Right on.
I just want to make it a little bit harder for the male species.
I'm not surprised. Okay, of course you would. Of course you would. Absolutely, you would not be you if you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got a hypothetical situation.
A hypothetical. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Here's a
let's go.
hypothetical situation because being a
Envisioning.
good father requires you being a good husband as well.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
So if you're a dad, I got something for you. And I
Okay.
want you to call me up at 922-1051 or 1052. Let me just get on the line with me. I got a simple question for you. Now, the thing is that you're not going to have the wrong answer because it's your opinion.
Of course.
Right? So I just kind of want to get your idea of how things go. and whether or not, what kind of dad or what kind of father are you? Or what kind of husband are you?
Oh.
I know this is not Valentine's Day.
What kind of husband are you?
Well,
What do you
because
mean?
good husbands make good fathers.
Mm-hmm.
I just made that up. I'm not really even sure that's true.
I'm just like, what are we doing? Okay, all right. Good husbands, great fathers.
I just want to I kind of
Okay.
want to know what kind of father you
What
are.
kind of father are we?
Yeah, what kind of father are you? I'll give a
Okay.
scenario.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah, and
let's
so
do that.
however
Let's do that.
scenario is, you have to respond to it, but you got to call me.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we got to get on the line to 922-1051 or 922-1052. Your
Yeah.
chance to win right now.
Mhm.
We got Roots Grill House as well as some Jollibee gift certificates on the line that you can win.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. As we wait.
Oh yeah, we can wait. A lot of them are out there working, and they're not may not necessarily be paying. So it might have to be for for the mom to call.
Okay. What do you mean the moms are calling? Why would the moms call?
To get their, like Verna tried to win it for her husband.
I love Verna.
We're not doing that.
I like it. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. It's got to be
Yeah.
who's your daddy?
God, I hate that.
I'm so
too.
sorry. I'm done. Okay, that was it. That's a wrap.
Mhm.
Got nothing left. That was the last one. I promise. I got none left. That was the last. Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So we are at 9:22 in the morning, and we have just had a nice long conversation with Landon Eidlet. There's a whole bunch of things that are going on. There is the story about how Doug Moylan, now in some weird statement that he made about him trying to save the same $104 million that he would not let this administration pay for. And I mean, wouldn't let this administration use. There's a couple of things going on here. It isn't necessarily the authority for the governor to be able to decide if she wants to use that money for a hospital, all within the range. And then whether or not there was any illegality of her transferring that money off to Gura so that they could buy the land for this medical complex is what he thought was illegal. And so he's lost one of the arguments in that the governor has the authority to build hospitals. And it's all within the scope of work.
Okay.
So, the other questions about whether it was illegal to transfer the money over to Gura so they can start these base projects for the support of this hospital is still out there. But what he wants to do is he wants to now try to save the day, right? And I think what is difficult about this is that it doesn't make, now that the ruling has been out against him, he's under great pressure by everybody. And during an election, I mean, the election is weeks away, right? And he has, he's running for re-election, and he wants to make sure that he's going to get this job back. It didn't help that this ruling was made against him and his idea that the governor can't use her authority to build a hospital. It didn't help that, because she also came back and said, now that this is 6 months away from the fact that this money has to be used before we lose it, if you want to blame anybody as to why this hospital isn't going to get built, why don't you blame Doug Moylan, because he's the one who stood in front of it. That was and she was pretty angry about it when that statement came out about, or when the ruling or the opinion came out that said that she can do it. They ruled in her favor. She's like, if he's the reason. You want to blame somebody, blame the AG. It's because of him. And then they've been ordered into a settlement conference. And at the time, she was also angry enough to say, what am I settling now? You know what I mean? We had an opportunity to talk this over well before he filed these suits. Now I'm being forced to go into some sort of settlement conference to figure out how we're going to save the 105. Now, since then, the tone has changed. Because he says, I am not going to approve any contract that has anything to do with building this new hospital. And now what's coming from him is, the narrative is, till death do us part, I'm going to figure out how to save this money that was supposed to go to build a hospital. I'm not going to let this money be returned back to the federal government over my dead body. I'm like, bruh, I think we're having a problem here with a statement like that, because it is exactly the same money that you didn't want the governor to use. Now you're trying to save that money so it doesn't go back. It on its face, it really doesn't make sense. but in the pursuit of explaining how he now is on the same page, he says, with the governor, he says, I will fight to my last day on this hospital issue. So Joe Titano writes this article that about his comments. He says he's not going to stop fighting to keep Guam from having to pay back over $100 million in federal funds allocated to what he maintains as the illegal Manila Hospital project. I will fight to my last day in office to prevent our people from having to pay back $105 million in federal monies that my attorneys advised me were illegally spent.
Interesting. I'm on it. I'm following. Continue.
He also said his priority remains to save the funds for my client's benefit. The governor and I may now be aligned and have an opportunity to join purposes on using it to actually benefit our people in a way consistent with Congress rules in the upcoming mediation. I'm talking about that settlement conference that they've been ordered to have in July. He doubled down on his 2024 opinion that funds for the purchase of hospital land were transferred to Gura illegally. He maintained they violated the open government law during that meeting where they accepted the federal money from the governor for the land. And then he said his own attorneys had advised him on the illegal use of the money. And the only reason why he did any of this to go out and take a look at it is because he was asked by Senator Chris Barnett and Speaker Frank Blas, because they saw a problem with that fund transfer, and they wanted an opinion from him on whether he thought that it was legal. So it was because of Barnett and Blas that he took a look at it, because they said they think it's illegal, this transfer, which has not been decided. They issued its second declaratory case decision and will be formalizing its opinion. I respect that decision and hoped the governor would have included the people of Guam and their attorney. His office is not named as a party in the case brought on by Leon Guerrero against the lawmakers. He has tried to remove the case to the district court, but a U.S. district judge this past weekend remanded the case back to the Supreme Court. Anyway, he says that when PDN asked him, he said they asked Moylan whether he would agree to use remaining federal funds for utility infrastructure in Manila as settlement talks proceed. He said the project remained tainted by Gura's multiple violations of law. When entering mediation, my job is to keep an open mind to all options to best serve my client, who is our people. We must also respect the role of our senators and the Guam legislature in budgetary decisions and the type of debt we all will need to incur and pay for. Last time I checked, the Guam legislature didn't obtain another $1.4 billion to pay for this medical campus. He still has some legal questions. And so I guess between Barnett and Blas making it a case for him to look at, and his attorneys opining for him that it was illegal, he now says he's going to do everything he can to make sure that he's the one that will make sure that this money is not thrown back to the federal government. And that has sent some people reeling, and it sent some people laughing. Like, your tone is so much different than it was even at 30 days ago. Come on. You know, now you're on you're on the stick to take the rap for this not happening. And now you're trying to assert that you're giving all you have to make sure that we keep this money. Well, we would have kept the money if we put it in a hospital. And you feel there's legalities about it, so it's going to, so now you got to fight for it. And everybody, he says, now we're all on the same page because now we're fighting for it. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway, we got who now on the line?
We got Miss Josephine.
Josephine?
And her husband.
Oh, and her husband?
And her husband. They're ready to win.
What's husband's name?
I didn't get that far.
Hey, what's your husband's name, Josephine?
Joseph.
Joseph and Josephine. Hey, Joseph, are you the baby daddy or are you just the husband?
Yeah.
You're also the father of the children, right? We're just going to make that clear because it's Father's Day.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay, that's very good. Okay, him. So we've got two gift certificates on the line. We've got Jollibee and we've got Roots gift certificates on the line for Father's Day. Are you ready to play this game?
I will try it.
Okay, you'll try it. I like the spirit. All right, here we go. This is a scenario. Okay, you're sitting in the kitchen. You're sitting on the couch, and Josephine is always in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the kids does something wrong, and you see that the kid has done something wrong, but it's really not that big of a deal, right? But Josephine, Sifina over here, has already got the belt, and she's running to the kid to give them the spanking. Every hit is a one syllable. Why did you do that? Okay? You see it's going down that this kid's going to get in trouble. Do you interfere on behalf of your child?
No, ma'am, because we have to correct what she did.
Uh-huh. What if you didn't think she did anything wrong?
One thing, she's not listening.
And one thing, that's it? So you get it. The punishment stands, is what he says. Punishment stands. You're not going to interfere. You're not going to be. And she's looking at you. Hey, Daddy, man, I didn't do it. And you're like, no, Mommy said you did. You're going to get it. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I shouldn't be interfering.
That's Suddenly you're not Father of the Year, but it's okay because you're sticking to the plan. You're sticking to Mom and Dad are sticking to the plan. They're going to make sure that the kid's going to get disciplined, even if the father doesn't think it's right. Is that right?
Right. Because if the kids do something wrong, we need to correct it. We have to call them on the site, and we need to talk to them to correct the problems, what they're doing. So we're not going to, whip them. We just have to talk to them and make them understand, what are you doing? We have to let them know, and we have to correct their problems right there.
Okay, so it's tag teaming parenting right here. You guys are the parents of the year, but now she's mad at her dad because he didn't interject. Because he didn't think... You're not going to get the Father of the Year, but you will get these two gift certificates. I'm just messing with you, Joseph and Joseph. Hey, congratulations. I hope that you're going to be using it with your partner, these two gift certificates, right?
I think it's all for him.
Wow, he even backed you up, bro, and he's not even going to help you. Where do you guys live?
He's got an appointment today, so I'm fixing his breakfast right now.
Oh, what are we having?
He's having toast bread, sausage, and pancake.
Wow, girl, I hope it's not blood work.
I told him, I said, you got to eat that because no lunch today because this is like almost late lunch.
Oh, okay. Well, you could do both. A lot of people do that. Well, I appreciate. So, what's Father's Day going to look like for you, Josephine? What are you guys going to do with Joseph?
Father's Day is amazing. Very
really?
good. Everything. We're planning with my other families.
Yeah.
To get together.
What are you guys going to do?
Barbecue for Father's Day.
Oh, see, I'm down for that. I like a good barbecue on Father's Day.
I'm making spinach. I'm making palemay. I'm making lumpita pig's feet. That's my side only.
Your pickles, you're my kind of girl, man. Dice's like, she doesn't believe that I should be eating pickled pig feet. And that's Paxio, right? That's the one that you...
Oh, the pig's feet, what I do, Patti, with the pig's feet, I boil it first.
Yeah.
Once getting ready to be soft, I turn it off, I rewash it, and then marinate it.
In what, vinegar?
No, half vinegar, half soy sauce, and about maybe 3 tablespoons oyster sauce, and then I put, hickory barbecue sauce.
Hey, doll, look at you. You're so multicultural.
I put the last hot pepper.
Wow. Girl, that sounds really good. Dice is not drooling on this one. I'm drooling on this one. Dice will not eat pickled. She will not eat pig's feet. That's just not too much for her. But you know what? And that's just your side dishes. You haven't even started with the main stuff like the rice and the meat and all of that stuff. You're gonna be working. You're gonna be working hard this weekend. And on that Father's Day weekend, Josephine. And you Father's Day is only as good as the mother makes it.
Yes, that's right. Anyway, welcome back home.
Oh, thank you, girl.
To hear your voice again.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back after being in the desert.
You and Dice every morning.
Oh, yay! Where are you guys from?
We're originally from Minerahan, but we moved up to NCS. Then we bought a house up here.
Oh, nice. Okay, you're right around the corner from us. All right.
Yes. We're near to the Anderson. We're near to Cambla.
Okay. All right. Are you a veteran, Joe?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Marine. Oh, what?
Oh, so the commissary is your base, right?
Yes, sometimes I saw you one time in there at that big Navy.
Oh, yeah? You should have said something.
I called you. I don't know whether that's your husband, and you were talking with friends in the parking lot.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do remember you. Oh, that's right. I don't run into very many. I mean, I run into a lot, but not everybody stops me for a conversation. I do remember you.
The one that noticed you says, "This Patti." And then it's where?
Well, you made my day that day. That's for sure. You guys. I appreciate you being on the air with us. Thanks so much. Happy Father's Day to you, huh, Joe?
All right.
And hang on now, Dice is going to get your number. Okay.
Hey, Dice, how are you, Dice?
Buenas, Hoffa. Happy advanced Father's Day to you guys.
Thank you. Guys, every morning when I hear you and Pat in the morning.
Thank you, Sister Mossy. Thank you.
You're so awesome.
Oh, God, that's
Wonderful.
nice. Thanks, girl. We appreciate it. Hang on, okay? And we'll get your phone number so you guys can come sweep over here and pick it up, okay?
All right,
buddy. Happy birthday. Happy Father's Day, you guys.
All right,
take care.
Drive home safe.
All right. Here I was.
What you thinking?
I was trying to break up a marriage, apparently.
Wow.
I wasn't trying to.
Wow, they're doing pig's feet. They got your favorite thing on the menu.
Dude,
that's your dish.
The pig's
that's your
feet
dish.
is like my jam.
She's going to soak it and boil it and steam it and marinate it.
But you know what really got me? She puts like the white people barbecue. Well, it's not necessarily white people.
That sounds like gout 101 to me.
It could be if you're in the gout. If you're in that gout region,
no, I'll pass.
I think I don't like the smell of it when it's being cooked because it just smells like feet.
No,
right?
No, we're not doing that.
So that makes it very unappetizing. But don't you find that in your adult life,
okay, let's go,
that you're eating foods that you might have grown up that only the big people ate?
Brussels sprouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, like indigenous foods.
Indigenous foods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like our escabeche.
Oh,
I was like, I hated that. It's like vegetables, and I was not down for that. Now,
tamales gisu.
Yeah, all of that. We never liked that. Do you eat it now?
I eat it now.
Yeah, see,
I hide it. I hide it. Yeah. I'm not sharing.
So that's how I am with pig's feet.
Right.
I never really. I smelled it. It was a turn off. It's not food that you're like walking the door going, oh my God, mommy's making pig's feet. I can't wait. It stunk, man. It smelled like pig pen.
I'm passing.
But I'm down for it now. But she's like. I'm like, are you supposed to clean it that much?
I can't do it.
Because I'm eating between these toes and everything.
Non-pedicure too. I'm passing. That'll be a pass for me. I'm good. I'm all right. Ain't happening. I'm so sorry.
Well,
not happening.
Well, I'm glad they won. They sound like a great couple. You got to stand behind each other when it comes to disciplining the kids.
And they got a large breakfast too.
Yeah, large breakfast.
Today. Yeah. He's got a big appointment today.
Yeah, I said his hopes on the blood work with all his carbs. But she did say that we don't spank the child. No. We pull them aside and we tell them what they did and correct them.
We correct them. That's what she said.
See, that's the house. First of all, she's like making all of his Father's Day cuisine.
Yeah.
She's doing pig's feet.
Right.
She's making his breakfast at the moment. And she makes sure that when she's disciplining her children, it's with nonviolence and a whole lot of love and understanding.
That's correct. I don't know. I got the stare. You know, the mom stare. Just
sometimes they don't need to say
anything. The keep still stare.
Yeah, I know that. I know that look.
I got the keep still stare. I got the stare.
I know that look. It's scary. I know that look.
still stare.
I still have that look. Somebody looks at me
do
like
that?
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
the kids
I
still
don't
stare?
do it.
Yeah.
Because I think I laugh. I think I tried to, and I busted up laughing. It's like they were looking at me like, what?
Oh, the keep still stare. But,
Yeah, that death stare it doesn't take much.
You're like, calm down, Medusa. It's like, oh, turn me to stone.
Yep.
I got you. Yes, Cindy.
All right.
Congratulations.
Okay.
All right, we got a break?
There we do.
We do.
We'll be right back.
All right, here we go.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Region High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo! We'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
Under the Constitution, America is a republic. The First Amendment secures our ability to change our political laws by protecting our rights to religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. We're the only country born from the idea that people must be free to pursue their happiness, uninhibited by the government. This has kept us as one nation under God through 2.5 centuries of peaceful transition of power. The United States are at the top of the world today, but the graveyard of history is full of the remains of once mighty empires. Will our republic degenerate into an oligarchy as Rome did 2,000 years ago? Or is the best yet to come for the land of the free? Jefferson warned how easy it is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. This process is not unstoppable. The future of America depends on our support for the principles of the Constitution. It's an American thing.
Liberty. It's an American thing. from AmericanThing.org.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
It's time to open up the pantry and add some serious kick to your cooking. Welcome to a very flavorful edition of the National Day Spotlight for June 10th.
While we celebrate National Herbs and Spices Day by elevating our favorite meals, one of our favorite culinary sensations was actually engineered as a biological weapon. Chili peppers naturally produce a chemical compound called capsaicin, which triggers an intense burning sensation when consumed. In the wild, plants develop this chemical defense mechanism specifically to deter mammals from eating their pods and crushing their seeds. However, the evolutionary trick completely backfired when it came to humans. Instead of avoiding the pain, our ancestors fell in love with the fiery chemical reaction. What was meant to be a poisonous warning label became the foundational ingredient for global cuisine, proving humans will happily eat a plant's defenses just for the thrill.
I'm not a huge fan of really hot food.
Yes.
A little kick is fine, but the really hot, no. But I do know that this works because my brother plants hot peppers between their flowers.
Okay.
And nothing eats them.
Really?
They
Interesting.
grow and are beautiful.
That's a great idea.
Yes. We are also celebrating National Iced Tea Day and National Egg Roll Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
From Jigo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
Sorry. Y'all just talking around me like it's a nightclub. The DJ's up on the thing trying to get everybody's attention.
I am so sorry.
No, girl, I got
As
you.
you are.
We were just sort of talking about Manny Duenas because he has now been you appointed or elected?
I am, by process of elimination, I was the only board member left, and our accountant, Lillian Tudela, said, you are now the acting pro tem president.
Mm.
So I said, okay, so what do I do?
Yeah.
And I'm finding out all the things
That has to be done.
We got to get in order.
All right.
And it's soluble, it's fixable, and everything. And then hopefully we just keep the boat going in the same direction as
Yeah.
Manny wanted, you know?
Manny was a great guy. Manny was a good guy. He,
I can't hear.
Oh. He led.
He's number 2.
Yeah.
Got it. There we go.
Is
Number
this
2.
you right here? Is this you?
There you
Are you
go.
here now?
Oh, yeah.
Manny's a great guy, and you were saying that there was also a tribute done for Manny
Yes, ma'am.
in 13 Fishermen.
Yes, in the cinema, actually. Yes, flowers and all. And all
Wow,
the fishermen
that's
got
really
together.
sweet.
That is sweet. Well, he was, to be honest with you, he was world renowned. He was world renowned. Everybody in the fishing industry from New York City, New Jersey, California, Hawaii,
wow,
they all knew Manny. Manny meant well, and he stood for pride in what we're doing as fishermen, and that's a big shoe to fill. You know what I'm saying? And we're doing it. We're doing it.
As fisherman, as the president of the Fishermen's Co-op, you also run that store that
Yes, we do.
Wow.
We have that. We have the gassing facility, the icing facility, all the necessities that the fishermen need. Now, what I'm calling out for the fishermen to do is this coming Monday, we're going to have a meeting, and I'm recruiting to get the old timers all back together, and we move forward. And from that, we pick out whoever wants to run it. I'm acting pro tem, but hey.
You're the president. I mean,
I am el presidente.
Right now,
yeah.
right now, you are in charge.
That's
Wow.
it. But it's cool. We got
I mean,
a
it's
good
it's
crew.
how difficult is it to run the co-op association?
Well, when you have the cooperation of the people that work there and understand their feelings in regards to what they do and how they do it, and keeping them informed that, hey, we're looking out for you. And Lillian Tudela, the gal that's running the books and paying the boys and make sure we got money in hand, and plus with the blessings of the governor, who's representative in Gita, Mr. Berdallo, is helping us along. We're doing fine. We're solvent, and we're gonna be all right.
Yeah. Do you guys ever talk about some of these larger issues in the Fishermen's Co-op, like, for example, deep sea mining?
Oh,
and
yeah.
the effects of what that's going to do to the livelihood?
Well, it's not going to affect anybody locally here. To be honest with you, these guys we're in the deepest part of the world. And it takes 2 days to get to the bottom of the ocean. That's 11 miles deep. And so whatever interests these people have and whatever they want to do, it's going to take a lot of money, because you lose one piece of machinery, that's multi-millions.
Yeah.
And so many things, so many factors that can go wrong. And what is down there? What is actually down there?
Minerals that they want?
Has that been established?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it has.
Deep sea mining happens everywhere. This is untapped territory. That's why we're attractive.
Well, the thing of it is, to get to it, that's what's going to be the problem.
Well, you know what? It's the companies, like the massive corporations that do this for a living. You know, they know how to drill. They use the latest robotic type technology to get down there. So, you know, you're not boring into the ground like it is. You're boring into, you know, obviously ocean floor. But they have all of the sort of robotic technology to be able to do that pretty quickly.
Well, there's so many ifs and so many factors.
There
the
is.
weather, the currents, everything. It doesn't come on a regular basis. It can be at any given time, you know. And to put that much equipment and expense in it, that's a big jeopardy, you know.
Yeah. So I'm wondering whether or not you guys study because the conversation's been out there, you know, that these guys want to come in and they want to drill, and it looks like the federal government is allowing this to happen pretty quickly, right?
Well, you know what's funny is these people that are against it and protest it and everything. The federal government gave these people an opportunity to mine in a certain area. So after all this hullabaloo and stuff, what'd they do? They expanded it. So that shows the effects of the locals versus the federales. You know, it's like everything we do. It's hard to understand, but in a sense, it's easy to understand because they're a big, powerful, America. You know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether or not if the co-op has. I don't even know if you will. Then it sounds like that this is not anything you would necessarily be against.
What do we have to fight with? Our scientific knowledge versus what they're going. I'm El Presidente, but if President Trump comes in on island and stuff, I'm gonna go hide. Because that's the significance of what I'm up about.
Well, I imagine maybe with now you're forming a new co-op association. Right?
It's the same old co-op, just
different members. Different
members in different positions.
Yeah, and yes, exactly. So whether or not you're going to have a different position over deep sea mining in these waters and how that affects the livelihood of fishermen.
Look at what they did. They protested General Bloss camp and everything, and you look at what has been done, what money can do, what everything. We mean a lot to them, but we're like children in a sense, and these guys that want to create all these problems, they only create it for themselves.
Like the activists, or you talking
whatever you want to call them, leftists, Democrats, whatever you know.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
But as far as the fishermen is concerned, they have one objective, and that is to go out and catch fish for their families, the community, help the co-op. That's their objective. And what I'm looking at with we got people in federal positions like Michael Duenas. He's working for the fisheries. He represents the local fisheries at the fisheries level. Congressman Moylan. Does he know anything about fishing? I don't know. Does he know anything about?
Well, I know he's
mining?
against deep sea mining.
Okay, for what reason or whatever? I say stay in your lane.
Well, I guess it would be his lane because Congress has to, Congress is asking a lot of questions, and there are a lot of people in Congress that don't agree with it. But that's another story. I mean, the Fishermen's Co-op, if they are...
Did your husband tell you how lovely you look this morning?
I don't have a husband, but no.
Your other half, whatever you call him.
No, but are you trying to tell me that I look beautiful today?
Yes, you look very lovely.
Are you pivoting away from the conversation?
No, not at all. I'm just saying,
you're
hey.
kind. You must not have seen very many women today. You're saying that I'm beautiful.
I saw one,
and she's Auntie Bobby's not here. You're running the show solo, which you can absolutely happen. Well, I mean, is Charlie coming?
No, Charlie's off island. He's bringing his baby girl back to Guam for the summer.
That's nice.
And
good to hear.
we have a special guest.
Okay, all right.
Gentleman's going to come on. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Your cue.
That's Dice saying, "Get out of here." Okay, that's her saying it's over. It is over for you and me. I appreciate it. You can find Johnny and his guests coming in just a few minutes. I get to repeat what I did at 9:00.
Oh God, Patty, this is so embarrassing. Oh Lord, yeah.
I tried to end the show at 9 because I thought it was dead.
She said,
I did the whole spiel.
You scared me. I was on my way over.
Oh, were you?
How come Auntie Bobby and Uncle Johnny?
I got scared.
Well, am I supposed to be there?
Because when you guys aren't here, you know what I mean? You're like clockwork, right? So you're scheduling it. And when I didn't see it, I was like, let there not be anything going on here. And then you walked in alone. I'm like, give me information. And you're like, she's not here. And so she's not here. And he's here, and he'll have a guest. And we're having a vet talk show that's going to take us all the way until 12 noon. And then a couple hours after that, we're going to be speaking with Polly Suba. He'll be doing his thing. And, of course, Dice, like I said an hour ago, is across the yard. You can catch her show on Power 98 from 2 until 6 o'clock this evening. It is a Wednesday indeed, and we are Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
10 o'clock, KGUM-FM and Daddy Do Guam. Have a good one. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice.
Thank you.
That sounds better at 10 o'clock than it did at 9.
No, get on, man, goes talking that jive